the first time I actually saw a full apparition. I've been sensitive as long as I can remember, so feeling spirit energy and possibly receiving information regarding them as pictures in my mind is something I'm familiar with, but I generally don't see them or interact with them. My sister and I decided to live together, and she bought a house built in the late 1930s. I've always liked old houses for various reasons. Well, from the first night I spent there, I felt very specific energy that seemed to attach to me. It felt female, and I got the impression she was not thrilled about either myself or both of us moving into her territory. Always watching over my shoulder with disapproval, other things occurred there as well, but this is mainly about her. It seems she's always watching me and grumpy about everything I did. Anyway, a few months living there, and I got sick with strep throat and was in bed sleeping when I suddenly woke up with the feeling of being watched particularly strong. I opened my eyes, and there standing in the doorway to my room was a lady I'd never seen before. She looked solid, like a living person. I can see every detail except shoes, because she didn't have any limbs past the hem of her blue house dress, so nothing from below the knee. Her expression was of stern disapproval, but no malice. She had salt and pepper brown hair to her shoulders and looked to be in her 40s or 50s. I blinked and she winked out of existence, leaving me staring, confused, at a now empty doorway. I knew immediately she was the one always looking over my shoulder, from the frown on her weathered face and the energy she gave off. I have never since actually physically seeing a spirit, and was shocked by how oddly normal and solid she was. I lived there only for a year and a half, and that was the only time I actually saw her. She messed around with things here and there, and her opinion of me never seemed to improve. Nothing about her was frightening or felt bad or like to think she was just checking in on my sick butt for whatever reason. So yeah, that's it. The house had a vortex, and many things came and went, and there were other weird things that happened there, but I'll never forget her. My sister still lives there, and she says activity settled down once I moved out, and only occasionally the odd thing will happen. Anyway, that's the one and only time a spirit showed itself to me, and I thought I'd share. The wooden cane was heard crossing the wooden porch. This story was told by my great-great-grandfather, who was there the night the strange event occurred. The story is passed down through the generations in my family, and allegedly is a true story. This was what I was told by my father. My great-great-grandfather, James, had a cousin who suffered from polio that left him crippled and weak. So much so that the young boy walked with a limp and a cane that he had to carry with him in order to get around. The boys continued to worsen with time, and the weakness and the paralysis of the polio virus began to affect his ability to breathe, and the young boy passed away at the age of 12 years from respiratory failure. A few years after the young boy had died, his younger sister developed pneumonia due to developing influenza. In the early 1900s, there were no modern antibiotics or treatments for the pneumonia or the flu, and sadly the young girl's condition worsened. My great-grandfather, along with other members of the family, were visiting the mother and father of this sick girl, and just around 8 p.m., the wind picked up around the old cabin, and the dogs outside began barking and howling a strange and mysterious bark that James said he had never heard a dog make before. It was then that everyone heard the sound of a cane going across the wooden porch of the cabin. The sound had no sooner started that it was silent, the dogs also silent. Then suddenly the sound started again, a steady thudding of a cane before the quiet whimpers. Then again, all silent. A short time later, it was found that the little girl had died. My great-grandfather James never believed in ghosts and thought it was a strange coincidence, but he said that night definitely made him wonder if the girl's older brother didn't come to take his sister to the other side. Dancing Ghost. Story not mine, but someone my mom knew. I think her uncle, her dad's friend. We'll just call him Dan. Dan used to work in a medium distance place. He used to come from a station. Whenever he would come, he would see this girl dancing at the end of the station. Nothing in front of her asking for money or anything. Just dancing. He didn't think much of it, as he'd seen some pretty weird shit in his life. For the first few weeks, he would just notice, but soon he realized that no one else seemed to look at her. But oh well, he thought. Well, this one day, there was a kid with his parents playing around with a ball. He threw the ball and it went across the station, and the barnland where the station end path ended. The mother saying something to the child, something as to not throw a ball towards Dan's direction, directing to the family, and he saw as the father went and got the ball. He watched as the father threw the girl twice, like right inside and outside, walked through her. Dan got horrified. He got up from his seat and went over to the tea stall and asked the man working there, "Hey, do you see that girl?" "Which girl, sir?" "The girl that's dancing." "Sir, there is no girl that is dancing on the station." The man asked Dan to sit down and gave him a cup of tea because he was freaking out. And then he explained that there was a girl that used to play music and dance here. She lived a few minutes away, but she wanted to become a dancer, but she was bullied by the boys that also lived nearby. And one day they made a video of her. And since it was a small area, she was getting more and more bullied as she was stared at everywhere she went. And one day, while sitting here in the station, she decided to give up on her life and jump in front of the train. Red Face Encounter. This happened to me and a group of friends a couple of years ago when I was about 19. I've done a ton of research, turned up with nothing similar. So one night, me and two friends that I haven't seen in a while recently got back into contact. I was bored, so I hit them up like, "Hey guys, I know it's been forever, but you all want to go out and go on a night hike?" They were down and said they'd be right over. Me, excited to go for the night woods walk, smoke some weed. Before you say, "Oh, you were just high," it's important to the story. And they picked me up and we head out. We go get some food on the way, and while there I offered if they wanted to smoke, which they declined because they don't smoke. So me, stoned, them, sober as a bug, we get on the back roads to go to a patch of woods with paths, and while we're driving I see it. On the side of the road, laying on its side, like someone huddled over in the cold, had a bright red face, almost like crazy bad road rash or something. It had a sheen to it. It was also dressed in dark raggedy robes, like the ones you see in fantasy monsters or witches. It scared the living shit out of me, but I was also so excited to go into the woods. I thought to myself, okay, that was scary as fuck, but you're probably just a little bit too baked and saw an old trash can. You're fine. Do not say anything to the girls because they'll definitely get a bad feeling and our night hike will end there. So I was silent about it and never mentioned it. Then we get to the parking lot of the woods. I'm looking at my phone and one of my friends in a scared tone says, "What the fuck is that?" I was overcome with fear instantly, like I had an instinct or something. And without looking up to mutter out, "What is it?" "The shit chills my bones to this day," she said. "I don't fucking know. It's like a homeless man with a bloodied face watching us from the pavilion." I'm crapping myself at this point, and the other friend says, "He's just watching us. It looks like his clothes are made of rags." I said, "Let's just get the hell out of here." Told him exactly that on the road earlier, but thought I was just crazy. I was so frazzled about the whole thing, I tried every way to rationalize it. We thought maybe it's a black trash can with a red dome lid, and the bag was over the edge. So I went back the next day, and there was absolutely nothing under the pavilion. No barbecue, no trash can, just a table. It took me a year to go back, and I still won't go after dark. Encountered a weird shadow. This happened a few years ago, and it stuck with me since then, purely because of how terrifying it was. So me and my brother have the same room. We have a double roof bed, and I sleep under the upper part. The bed isn't really comfortable. Whenever I slept on it, my back would hurt a lot in the morning. Point is, I would occasionally go sleep with my mom, since her bed was really comfy and cozy. One night, when I decided to sleep at my mom's, I woke up for no apparent reason. I checked the timer, and it was around 3 or 4 a.m. This wasn't a very big surprise because this would happen a few times a month. But this one felt different. After readjusting myself in the bed, while looking at the open door on my left that would have led to the hallway, a black silhouette of a head just appeared, peeking at me. My eyes opened up wide immediately, but I closed them shortly after, but still had them a little open so I could see the figure. At this point, my heart started racing, more than it's ever done in my life. It would not go away. It would just stand there, staring at me, not moving an inch, as if it was making sure I would try to not do something. The staring went on for probably 30 or 40 seconds. I don't truly know how long, and I did not dare to move to my right to check what time it was. After those extremely long seconds, the figure proceeded to go somewhere else, I guess. Of course, I was still extremely scared, so I couldn't just sleep after that. After some time had passed, I noticed that the door started closing. We didn't have the balcony open, so it couldn't have been the air doing that. At the same time, I never noticed any arm pulling the door or anything like that. Maybe it was just too dark or my eyes were too closed to see it, but whatever. I didn't sleep the whole night. I just kept looking at the door and anticipating what was going to happen next. But nothing else happened after that. I noticed it was getting brighter outside, so I kept thinking of getting up and checking the house. Once it became pretty bright outside, I turned to my right to look at what the time was, and it was about 6 a.m. I finally had gotten the courage to get up and cautiously opened the door leading to the hallway to check if anything was wrong. I checked every single room, but I didn't find anything wrong. All the balcony doors were locked. The doors leading outside the rest of the flat also completely locked. To say the least, I was very relieved, but very confused. At this point, my mind had already raced through a million different thoughts of what this figure could have been. It could have been a burglar, but I didn't notice any door unlocked or tampered with. I told the story to my brother. He told me that maybe it was him, because he would occasionally check up on us at night to make sure that we were okay. If it was, though, I would have been able to discern his facial features, right? The thing I saw was a pitch black silhouette, no hair, no nothing. At least I should have been able to recognize his long hair. I honestly have no idea what I could have been other than a weird spirit just deciding to pay us a visit. Ask Reddit 1. Driving through the night from Mississippi to arrive in South Carolina by daybreak, I was on a pretty tight schedule to catch a ride from Greenville up to Pennsylvania for a friend's wedding. Right on the outskirts of Birmingham, Alabama, I turned into a gas station that's normally pretty brightly lit. I've been this way many times before. However, on this weirdly black windy night, the gas station is incredibly dim. And strangely, there's nobody out. I mean, nobody. I haven't encountered any oncoming traffic in miles, and there's no one in the gas station but the clerk. It's around 1:30 a.m. I get a super spooky feeling as I pay for my gas and cheap gas station coffee. As I pull out from the dim parking lot back onto the highway, just minutes away from the interstate ramp that'll take me towards Atlanta, my headlights land on a white figure standing dead in the center of my headlights, almost seeming to glow against the pitch black night. Standing perhaps a step back from the highway on a very narrow, rocky shoulder is a man dressed in what I honest to God think to this day were KKK robes with the hood up. He was staring directly into my eyes, holding a picket sign with handwritten words, "Jesus will return today, May 9th, 2016. The end is finally here." Needless to say, I noped the hell out of there as fast as I could. The creepiest thing was that to exit the parking lot, I had to drive directly towards this man before turning left on the highway. I'll never forget the stare down. Me, perplexed and freaking the crap out. Him, emotionless as a statue, staring at me until I was out of sight. Seven. Not a truck driver, and this falls under creepiest and not paranormal. A little after 9/11, about a year later, my ex and I, both black and both active duty, are traveling across America for an adventure to get our next duty station instead of flying out. We were in the Midwest, I think near the Oklahoma or Arkansas border on Interstate 40. We were on a 2-lane, and in the left lane about to pass a truck driver and then go back into the right lane. As we got about midway, the truck driver started driving into our lane. We slowed down. We went back over. We speed up. He crept over again. I was driving, by the way. He clearly did not want me to drive past him. I slowed down again, sped up even faster. He completely cut us off, and I ended up driving 85 miles an hour in the dirt to avoid being hit by the driver. I almost lost control. I got back on the road, and I continued the speed until I couldn't see him in my rearview mirror. That night we went to a hotel to check in. The clerk was acting funny. People were staring at us. We didn't feel comfy at all. Even when the clerks asked what brought us here, we were like, "Oh yeah, just some active duty military here. Going on our next duty station and wanted to drive across America." We went straight to our room and didn't come out until we checked out. The next day we went back out to our car, and there was a bullet hole in our bumper. My car at the time was brand new, as in a few days before I had just driven it hot off the lot. And I was proud of my car, so I did the 365 checks a lot, like the rental company does. And my car was pristine the day before when we were in New Mexico. Not only were we almost driven off the road and almost killed, but we were shot at some point. I was driving a shortcut from 29 Palms, California to Albuquerque, New Mexico. 29 Palms is located in a desolate, high desert area east of LA. The shortcut was all two-lane road through total nothingness, except for passing through Amboy. Amboy is a nearly abandoned town near as far below sea level as Death Valley, with dormant volcano and lava field on one side and a salt flat on the other. It was also, at the time, a hotspot for satanic group activity. So I was driving by myself in the afternoon. I stopped in Amboy and snapped a picture of the city sign, just to prove I was there to friends who dared me to take the route on I-40. I got back in my car and proceeded to drive up the mountain range between Amboy and I-40. Once I reached the top, I'm driving north through a canyon with grass high on both sides of the road. Up ahead, I see some stuff in the middle of the road. As I approach, I slow down and see a red Pontiac Fiero stop sideways across both lanes. The suitcase opens and clothes scattered everywhere. 2 bodies lying face down on the road, a man and a woman. I stop 100 feet or so, and their hair on their back of their neck is standing up. Being a Marine, I reach under my seat and pull out a 9mm pistol and chamber a round. Something seemed very wrong. Getting out of the car seemed unthinkable. It was the horror movie move. As I scanned the road, I saw a line I could drive, past the guy in the road on his left, swerve to the right of the woman, behind the Fiero, and I'd be on the other side. I dropped it into first gear, punched it, drove the line as I planned. I passed the back of the Fiero without hitting it in either of the bodies on the road. I continued forward a couple 100 feet and slowed down so I could breathe and let my heart slow down. As I looked up into the rearview mirror, I saw that the 2 bodies had gotten up to their knees, and 20 or so people emerged from the tall grass on either side of the road by the car and bodies. At that time, my foot smashed the gas pedal to the floor and did not let up until I had to slow down for the I-40 East on-ramp. I will never know what would have happened to me if I'd gotten out of the car to check on the bodies or stopped my car closer to them. Somehow, I do not think I would have been good. Sometimes real life can be scarier than a movie. Nine. I'm from Laredo. Currently live here going to college. The scariest thing to me in Laredo is the old abandoned hospital down south. Now it's scary for many reasons. Some simply creepy, others kind of fucked up. The first floor is more creepy because of all the heroin needles and shit. It's kind of that the floor where hobos and people who don't want to be bothered shoot up. I don't know if they still shoot up there. I visited it once in high school and never again. The other floors don't have anything actually scary. They have a really creepy vibe though. Like, don't go alone and don't go towards the room that makes a lot of noise. The worst floor is the one with the morgue on it. I don't really believe in ghosts, but if they exist, it'd be on that floor. At night, you're guaranteed to find something weird. We went with what scared me half to death first, was we heard beeping, like for those heart monitors, or whatever they're called. We came to the door, and it was unplugged and turned off, but I swear we heard that exact sound. And the room where the morgue was, I heard loud bangs and something similar to cabinets opening up and closing. I did not go near or open that door, seen too many movies to know I'd fuck up. I think the next scariest thing had to be one of the highest floors. Now this is scary because if I was alone, I guarantee you I would have died. The stairs up there kind of split off in 2 directions toward 2 different doors. I was casually walking toward the door to my right, and I feel my friend grab me and yank me back hard. At this point, I'm kind of pissed, like, why'd you do that? He proceeds to show me an area immediately after the door where the floor caved in, and it's an immediate drop. I don't know how far down. I just know it would have been fatal. All in all, scariest building in Laredo. If you're in to visit, I'd warned it, it's fenced off and has no sign, no trespassing. But there are areas where the fence is in such bad condition, you can sneak by. Legally, I will say don't do it, but I'm an internet stranger. I can't tell you what to do. Not a long-haul trucker, but in a van with my brother's band, heading back in the middle of the night from a tour. This must have been around 2008, 2009. I was sat up front, with my bro in the middle. The guitarist in the band was driving. It was a splitter van, so we had 3 seats in the front. Everyone else was asleep in the back. It was about 2 or 3 a.m., and we were on the motorway, headed back to Devon, where we lived. As we were driving along, we noticed a clearing in the trees coming up on the opposite side of the road. It was lit with an eerie green light. As we drove alongside it, all we saw was the silhouette of a body hanging by a rope around its neck from a tree, backlit by this bright green light. We were all super freaked out and discussed whether we should slip out and try to go back. We decided we were too scared to do that. So we called the police. We told them exactly where we were, what mile marker we were at, and they said they would investigate it. We called again the next day. They'd gone to look but found nothing. We speculated on what could it have been. But if someone was trying to freak people out with a mannequin, was it an actual suicide? But why the green light? And why did the police find nothing? The weirdest thing about it is that the police found nothing. I would be questioning my own sanity if I'd been the only one to see it, but all 3 of us did. Sober and awake saw it at the same time. It's the only paranormal experience I've ever had. Sounds weird to me 10 years later, though. I'm not a trucker, but I'm a territory manager, and my territory goes from New Mexico to Alabama and up to Kansas, so it's not uncommon for me to drive to Dallas, Texas to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and then from Albuquerque to Montgomery, Alabama, and then back to Dallas all in 1 week. I've got a couple. I work for a premium off-road lighting company, so we work in the deserts at night a lot. Usually with trophy trucks and Ultra 4 race teams. Last year I was coming home from the King of Hammers, and it was about 4:30 a.m., and I was on a state highway through the desert in southern New Mexico. If you've never driven it, you're basically as far from anything out in the desert as you possibly could be. Impossibly straight, 1-lane highways that stretch from 100 miles. I was awake and alert even though it was so late, and I was totally alone on the road and had been for hours. Suddenly, without warning, while I was trucking along going about 80 miles an hour, the most insanely bright light came out right off my tailgate. It was so bright it lit up everything in the cab. It was so blinding. I thought one of our race teams had snuck up behind me or something and turned on their light bars to screw with me. I drive and wrap in branded distinct show trucks, so it happens a lot. The light stayed on my ass for a good 30 seconds and would stay right on my ass, even when I'd swerve a bit or when I moved onto the shoulder a bit. If they would pass, it was weird. It was like that light was bolted on the back of my truck or something. After about 30 seconds, I had enough, so I flipped on my rear-facing lights to give them a taste of their own medicine. Instantly, the light behind me went off, and there was nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Even though I was kind of blinded, I have some really powerful backup lights, and they come on the second the other lights went out, so there is no way whatsoever another vehicle was behind me. and there was just a wide open flat desert all around, so it's not like they could have just pulled off and hid. I would have been seeing them anyways. Just nothing. I was totally freaked out, but I'm not an easy scare, and very comfortable with being in the desert alone at night. So I pulled over, grabbed my knife and my flashlight, had a look around. I shone my flashlight all around and even some of my portable hyperspots. Again, I work for a lighting company, and I always carry around a ton of demo lights. To look all around me for anything, and there was nothing. No cars, no trucks, aircraft, UFOs, nothing at all except wide open empty New Mexico desert. My truck was totally fine, but I know I wasn't just seeing things because the back of my truck was hot, like way hotter than normal. All the metal on the backside of the tailgate was almost uncomfortable to the touch. I've never figured it out. The only logical possibility I can think of is ball lightning before apparently it's attracted to metal objects. Maybe I found some ball lightning and it stuck to the back of my truck. I've got more stories if anyone's interested. My job has us spend a ton of money, way out in the desert, way too late. Here's another one. Ghost headlights. One time I was driving home back from Phoenix, Arizona, and left Phoenix at about 11 p.m., so I could be home near Dallas by early evening. About 3 a.m., I had made it to another one of these super long, barren, stretched out deserts near Las Cruces or El Paso or who knows. Somewhere on I-10 with dozens of miles between exits and no service roads. I remember thinking how weird it was. I was the only person on the road. I distinctly remember it because it was so dark. A minute or two later, I glanced in the rear view and saw headlights in the distance behind me. Maybe 1/2 or 3/4 of a mile behind. Super weird. Those for sure headlights, but I hadn't passed any on ramps, and there were no troopers hiding off in the road or on the shoulder. Write it off to coincidence. The headlights followed me for a few minutes, never really got closer or farther away, looked away for a split second and looked back. They were gone. Hadn't passed an exit, didn't see them pull off nothing. I mean, who knows, maybe in hindsight, it was just a really sneaky trooper who followed me for a bit, see if I was speeding or drunk, but I really would feel like I would have seen them. I was running my big light bar as well, so it was bright as day in front of the truck. I feel like I would have gotten pulled over in a heartbeat if it was a trooper. Just very creepy in the moment, especially as I getting kind of weirded out by people following me from time to time after my experience in Sierra Blanca. Okay, how about a twofer before I go to bed? Part of my job is to lead rides around the OHV trails at events and festivals. I have a nice CB radio in my rig for this purpose. They're rather popular in the off-road community to communicate with vehicle to vehicle on trails. I use it occasionally to talk to truckers and bullshit with them on traffic jams. A CB radio can transmit and receive on 40 different channels, and mine has a function where it can run through the channels and listen for a second or two, detect if the signal starts coming through on another channel. That'll be important later. So I'm working on an off-road ramp event in California, and I'd been on the road for a few weeks, and I wasn't ready to come home to the wife and family, so I decided to leave the event mid-afternoon and start making the 20-something hour drive home into the night. I'm a night owl and don't mind loading up on the monster and beef jerky and just bombing the night and get home faster. So once again, I find myself way out in the desert, way too late. This time, I'm on I-10 in Arizona or West New Mexico. It all looks the same after you go driving long enough. There's a section where you pass a sign that says, next service, gas, food, water, 126 miles. And that is creepy enough to see at 3:30 a.m. I was about 40 miles past this sign, and I decided walking, taking a breather, and spotted a fun-looking little trail going off into the desert. Again, marketing loves us when we take a second here, and there's a picture of the trucks doing off-roady stuff, and I work for a lighting company, so I figured I'd take a Zazoo into the desert, turn on the lights, get some cool night shots. So I drive about 2 or 3 miles off the highway into the desert, and I soon find myself in a nice little spot. I get out, my camera out, set up the tripod, start taking pictures of the truck. And I notice there is a green glow in the cab of the truck. Remember my CB? Earlier in the day, it had turned on and left sitting in the passenger seat. It's kind of where the volume control and the screen fit into the handset, and the radio box is hidden in the center console. I had set it to scan the channels and detect new input, which is the common practice at off-road events. If you don't know channel, everyone is on. And then at some point, instead of turning it off, I just turn it way down and never notice it was still on. I grabbed it to turn it off and kill the light, and I heard faint music and noticed it was locked on channel 37. I tuned it up, and sure as shit, the radio was picking up music. It was really slow, sad, violin music. Sounded like the cover of All Along the Watchtower they did for Sons of Anarchy, but sadder. It made every fucking hair in my body stand on end because of the very creepy shit and the mad multitude of reasons. But first and foremost, because CBs do not have a very long range, maybe 2 to 3 miles, and this transmission was super strong, so whatever it was transmitting was close. Also, while I've never seen it strictly enforced, the FCC or whoever doesn't like it, if you do, sold uninterrupted broadcast on CB, so whoever was doing it obviously didn't care about the legality. Also, channel 37 is a weird channel to be on. 19 is a trucker channel, and most of the people I wheel with use 24 for trail comms. I've never seen 37 used. If you're going to play music, why play it on such an odd channel all the way at the top of the band? It was creepy as fuck hearing that music and have no idea who or what could possibly be around, why they felt the need to transmit that music on the radio. I got the fuck out of there pretty quick and kept listening to see if I could gauge how close I was. By the time I got 2 to 3 miles away from the highway, it died and wasn't audible from the highway. That means whatever was transmitting either stationary out in the desert or hadn't followed me or was moving very slowly. I kept moving down the interstate pretty quick after that. And I really wish I had taken note of exactly where I was because I've wanted to go find that trail and see if I pick up anything weird on the radio again. But it was so dark and so late, I really don't remember exactly where I was. That's insane. You can't even rationalize that maybe you forgot. It's just instant teleportation. Here's a link to what happened to me. I'd written it out and I'd posted it to a site in my 20s. I worked for NASA Ames Research Center in Mountain View, California. You know the place with the gigantic blimp hangars? Yep, that's the one. It was a great job with a rotten commute. Took about an hour to go under 25 miles to work. I'm the workaholic type personality, so I left even earlier than I needed to every day. One of the greatest perks was a canteen so you could sit down and have breakfast before things got hectic. An added bonus was that it was so cheap that I could afford it every day. One morning I got up very late. I had to leave about 5:45 to average getting there at 7. It was already 6:45. My alarm clock was old and it had finally died. Jumped up, got dressed, and ran out the door. My breakfast today and my boss had the dubious name of Wolf Kale. I don't think he ever got the pun, but he lived up to it. He would corner you at the desk and give you a good 5-minute dressing down at top volume. At best, it would be an hour and a half late. Bay Area traffic is known to be bumper to bumper, even though the freeways are 8 lanes across. Anyone from the Bay Area will be saying and preaching to the choir at this point as an aside, especially on the 101 heading north out of San Jose. The later you leave, the more clogged the freeways are. I had to wait at a metered ramp for 10 minutes just to jump on the Cottle Road. Great. I turned on my usual AM station, KGO, so I could get traffic updates. I went to stress that the update roads every 10 minutes. In about 20 minutes, I had gone maybe 4 miles, nail-biting panic and worrying for the next 40 minutes until I got up to the Logue Avenue exit. It's a clove leaf with a total pain of a merge. I had to come off the freeway, jump 3 lanes left, hit a left turn with a protected arrow. The whole time I was hearing updates on the time in the traffic. As I merged into the clover leaf, I heard a pop of air pressure, almost like a storm rolling in. Now here's the fun part. I hit the clover leaf, sighed and braced for the merge. No traffic, not one car. It's quiet. I noticed the sky was darker and wondered if there was a storm coming in. The light turn went green and I drove the 6 and went blocks to NASA. It's darker still, and the guard barely noticed me at the gate. I was used to seeing the same man every day, at least saying hello. This guy looked wrong. If you pulled someone out of 1950, plunked him down in a mall, you would notice all the details are just enough to grab your attention, without knowing why. It hit me so hard that I watched him in my rearview mirror as long as I could. He never moved or went back to the little guard shack. As I pulled into the parking lot, this is going to sound very loopy by the way, but my car radio went silent and everything shifted. Have you ever been blindfolded and spun around and gotten very dizzy? It's that feeling. Everything was subtly different. The lot was empty. I sat there for a minute with my mouth open, trying to figure out if I'd lost my mind. My car radio suddenly blasted back on, and I heard the KGO announcer say, "Good morning, Bay Area. It's 6:29 and the traffic is still light. We'll have updates in 1 minute, but first here's our weather outlook." I checked every station and it was the same. My watch said 8:29. Where did the time go? And did I really want to find out? After all, NASA Ames would have been a good place to monitor if you wanted to see what humanity was up to technologically. The rest of the day went on normally, but I never forgot it. A choice to be made. In 1980, in San Jose, California, I'd recently started seeing someone my age whose family was from Texas and they were religious, without being the type who preached hellfire and adherence to church going. As I learned about their beliefs, I found that more and more I wanted to be someone of the same belief. One of the conditions was that I would be baptized. I'm sorry, but I don't want to go into any more detail on how this is done. A date was set for this, and the night before I went to bed, a strange dream came to me. San Jose was lines of the foothills on both sides of the valley, and a tall mountain in the southwest called Mount Unumhum. In my dream, a male voice called my name, and found myself walking into the foothills and following roads until they ran out, and I was following gravel roads and old game trails. As I climbed, the voice became louder and more commanding. I was very tired and afraid, but I couldn't deny that voice. I kept climbing. When I got to the top of Mount Unhumhum, at last I was standing in front of a cave. There was snow around the ground, but there was a dull orange glow coming from the cave's entrance. As I debated going in, the man emerged from the entrance and smiled at me. He was the most beautiful being that I'd ever seen. In my mind, he asked me to follow him inside the cave, so I dutifully walked behind him. The glow inside the cave was a massive furnace or crucible, and I could hear screams coming from it. He smiled in delight at the sounds, and his hands were masses of flowers. One by one, he would take a blossom and throw it into the fire, and a horrible, despairing cry came out. I suddenly understood, I don't know how, that he was evil. He had such joy at destroying beautiful things. Then I understood that the flowers were a metaphor for people who were being consumed, along with all their other hopes, joys, and sadness. I said, "You are the evil one," and he laughed as if I were a particular stupid child. Then he held out a flower to me and told me to throw it into the flame. I would have a good life and money, no sadness if I did this. He told me that this was the choice, and the only time I could make it. He was so beautiful and so majestic that part of me questioned if he was really evil, or my mind was twisting what was really happening. I prayed in my mind silently, and suddenly he was changed. There had been a blond man with blue eyes and a smile with all the love in the world that contained in it. It faded, and in its place was a tall being who seemed to be made of shadows. It had red eyes with the kind of ferocity that you would see in a caged tiger. It laughed at me, and saliva dripped down over its sharp teeth. I felt all the sorrow of all those people, and the whole soul shouted, "No, no, no." He laughed and told me I would find hell in my life, and good riddance to me. In my dream, I ran from that cave out to the brushy hillside. I ran all night, ran down the trails, then roads, then streets, till I got home. I remembered nothing until I woke up the next morning, very early. The whole memory was in my mind. The room was destroyed as if a great tornado had come through. Everything knocked off the walls, furniture uprended, clothes thrown from dresser all over the floor. The strangest thing was my hands were covered with scratches and cuts. My feet were bruised and dirt covered as if I had walked miles, and I was still in the clothes that I had worn the day before, minus my shoes. I had gone to bed in my pajamas, but my clothes had been on a clothes hamper next to my desk. At this time, I lived with my parents and my sister. They had been home all night. I asked, but noticed nothing unusual. The house alarm had been set all night. If I had been sleepwalking, it probably would have been set off. Of course, I didn't tell them the depth of what had happened. I asked if I'd ever sleepwalk or heard any voices. No one noticed anything at all. The bruises stayed for a week or two, along with the cuts. I never had this type of dream again. And no, I'm not bipolar or schizophrenic. It simply happened one night and stopped when my choice was made. I leave any judgment up to you, the reader. The flip side of this, not that long after, I was given proof of God, a genuine manifestation of it that I saw with my own eyes, if anyone is interested. The Man Made of Light. In 1998, I lived in Hawkins, Texas. My ex-husband and I had a little old house there, set into a grove of trees. The whole town was probably 900 people. Our nearest neighbors were on the other side of a huge line of shrub oak trees that had been there for probably 50 years. We were about 35 miles from Tyler, the closest town of any size, and my husband worked there 4.5 days a week as a live-in guidance counselor for troubled boys. That meant that my little boy and I were on our own most of the time. He was 3, and I cherished the time with him, even when he tried to feed our VCR peanut butter and jelly sandwich. We'd been there for about 1.5 years when one night we started hearing tornado watches pop up on local TV broadcasts. I put him to bed and tried to stay up to make sure nothing was coming close. We were really out in the middle of nowhere and wasn't sure if any emergency personnel would give us any notice of damaging winds or tornadoes. I'd been getting an odd premonition. The oak trees for about 6 months. Every time that I looked at those scrub oaks, I would feel a shiver and a voice kept telling me to cut them. My chance finally came one day when the power company came out, started trimming dead limbs away from the transformer behind our house. I'm not a bit ashamed to say that I paid those nice guys under the table to take down those oaks. Unfortunately, our neighbor had a fit about that one and straddled our mutual property line. He was adamant that I leave that one alone. My husband thought I had lost the plot too. He couldn't figure out why I was on such a tear when those trees gave us privacy and shaded our small yard. I couldn't explain it. I took to watching them every time a storm came through. Well, this one night, the watch boxes were blinking red all over the area map, except for our little county. I fell asleep about 5 a.m. when the map started showing the storm line moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. My son was up early, and I fed him his little breakfast and put him in the corner of the living room in his playpen to watch Toy Story. He loved that film so much, and said in a quiet, "Thank you, God," when I broke it on the 100,000th play. This morning, he was quiet and still sleepy, so I got his favorite blanket and settled him to watch his favorite movie while I did a few breakfast dishes. I had a window right over the sink, and as I looked out, the sky turned an ugly, sickly green. If you've ever seen The Wizard of Oz, you'll know that neon green glow shot through the early morning light. My hair was standing up on my arms, and I quickly threw down the dish towel, took 2 steps toward the living room, and as I did, there was a rumble that shook the house, screaming wind that sounded like a freight train. You felt it as much as you heard it. I could barely keep my feet and heading toward the living room. There was a crack and the whole house shook. I stood there with my mouth open and looked at the window. There was that one big oak tree. The wind grabbed it and twisted it right off at the base, and I watched it lift into the air. The wind flipped it upside down and sent it like a pile driver through my living room ceiling. In the back of my mind, I could hear someone screaming. I keep thinking, why don't they shut up? Then I realized that it was me and my son was buried somewhere under that tree. I screamed so hard that my voice was only a whisper for days. The living room was gone except for the sky through the ceiling and giant broken branches dripping with rain. I really think at that moment I lost my sanity, sank down onto the floor in shock. Something kicked in and I started clearing branches with my bare hands. I was working with tears running down my face. The phone had been in the living room. It was gone. Then I heard a quiet little voice ask, "Why are you crying, Mommy?" The baby was behind me, clean, dry, still sleepy. I asked him where he had been. Here's what he said word for word. "I was sleepy, and a man who made of light came and talked to me. He shined. Mom." He smiled and my heart was so happy. He said, "You need to go to your mommy's bedroom, put your arms around your knees and wait. I'll take care of Mommy." The man carried him into the farthest room, kissed him on the head, and told him not to worry. When he heard the crash, he waited until he heard it get quiet. Then he came in to check on me. There are angels, and one saved my boy. The house was destroyed, but I didn't care. All that mattered was that he was safe. It turned out that freak straight light wind had cut a narrow path between our house and the neighbors. I don't want to think of what might have happened if those other trees hadn't been cut down. We found a tiny house. Nearby, none of our furniture was salvageable. It didn't matter. We were loved and protected. That's enough. The Carriage House. If you read my accounts before, you'll know that I lived in a house built in 1920. It's on a huge plot of land with an original Carriage House built on it. When we bought it, my sister and brother-in-law wanted a little house of their own here in Texas, so they renovated the Carriage House completely. They took it down to the studs, new wiring, heat, AC, insulation, and put it up in an 8-foot privacy fence toward the alley. These old neighborhoods still have an alley bisecting each block. The Carriage House is charming, 2 decks and 2 sets of stairs leading down to the carriage area, and we fitted it out with a washer and dryer and storage areas. They decided not to use it, so I bought it from them, and I made it a rental property. Now I know it has its own little quirky thing going on. My back porch faces it, so I can see the second floor where the living quarters are. Sometimes I can feel someone looking back at me when I walk in, and I'll have the sense that I've interrupted a conversation. When the renovation was happening, we'd turn everything off, go downstairs, have lunch, go back up, find a radio blaring. The towels of the bathroom, on the floor, or the doors that would be left open were shut. Nothing major, just enough to get our attention. Our new tenant is an old friend. She's cut my husband's hair for 35 years, and I've known her for 17. She's level-headed and logical. She's been there since Hurricane Harvey. She lost her house, unfortunately, and she's going through some personal things. She's just a lovely person who's lavishing the place with love. She has it looking beautiful and homey. So we were very surprised last night when she called and hysterically described being in bed and hearing a conversation in my living room. It was two men, and she heard them moving from the kitchen to the living room. She was so scared that she locked the bedroom door and didn't go out until it was quiet. She was behind the door with pepper spray and got a frantic message on Facebook that Jeff needed to come up there. She could hear two of them right outside the bedroom, and they opened the bedroom door and slammed it, and last she heard was someone going out the front door, closing and locking it. She said she was trying to pretend to herself that we had gone up there for some reason and hadn't told her. Well, he grabbed shoes, flashlight, and gun, ran up the stairs to her apartment. He checked all of the doors, windows, the second floor, it's on an 18-foot drop to the ground, and the fence gates. They're all locked, very sturdy padlocks. Someone would have had to jump 8 feet. He went through everything, and there was no sign of anyone. Our dogs are also great if anyone in the alley would know about it. This being Texas, all of our neighbors are on to anyone not belonging or hanging around. They're also the type to go out with a gun and confront anyone messing with the property. They didn't hear a thing. The dogs never barked, and this was fairly early at night, probably 9 p.m. at the latest. We got her calmed down, but got another message from her. She was blow-drying her hair the morning, and blow-dryer sparked through the breaker. She had to throw the blow-dryer out, and every time she goes to the bathroom, the breaker trips. With all new wiring, I don't see how this is possible. But we'll take the logical approach and replace it and have electronics coming out today. How we're going to calm her down again, I have no idea. Not a very interesting story, but it is puzzling. I might have to go up there and have a little talk with the place and ask them to stop scaring her. My sister and brother-in-law spent one night there, and my sister was very sick at the time. Someone rubbed her shoulder as if to say, "It will be okay." She said it was comforting. Biter. In 1999, my life was a mess. My ex-husband and I recently separated. I had no savings and we wanted our house. It wasn't much, but it was paid for. I was too exhausted to fight him. My father had just died and I traveled to Fort Bliss just in time to say goodbye to him. My parents had visited from California to spend Christmas, and my dad got pneumonia on the way home. That was crushing. When I walked back into the house from the flight, I saw drug paraphernalia along with evidence that another woman had been in my house, my bed, my everything. When a good friend of mine offered to put my son up in turn for my help, I accepted his offer thankfully. John was a very sweet man, and he had nothing but problems trying to find caregivers who could devote just a few hours an evening. He wanted a little help with dinner and personal care. I really didn't mind. He was funny and sweet, and he'd usually tell me hilarious stories about the women he dated. They averaged being gold diggers or women who were separated and eventually went back to their husbands. I knew he was lonely, and so was I. It was a very simpatico agreement. I loved his huge airy house. It was 2 stories. I'll try to describe this correctly, so as not to be too confusing. From the front, it appeared to be a single-level home. It was set into the hillside, though. So there's another basement level, built out of a set of steep chairs, into the living area. The level had an entire apartment, and on the side faced the back of the house, French doors leading to a little patio and a fire pit. We lived there for about a year, while I worked and put money into the bank as a down payment for another house. My son was 4 at the time and very smart. Very verbal kid. He seems to have a fascination for the basement steps, and I had to keep a constant eye on him to make sure that he never got too close. After a few months, I started to notice that he would play next to the top of the stairs as much as possible, and he kept a running conversation with his toys. One night, I went in to get him, put him in the bath, and looked up at me and asked why the other man in the basement kept asking him to come downstairs. Instant concern from Mom here. I tried to be calm and asked him if I meant John. No. He thought it over and serious and said no, the man who came into the house at night. A shadow. I asked. No, this man sat on the stairs and called to him and asked him to come down and play. He was tall and thin. What else does he look like? I asked this while I felt the hairs rise on the back of my neck. My son looked at me and said, Mom, he walks and there are red spots like ketchup. Anything else? He smiled helpfully. He has really sharp teeth. They're all broken. While putting him in the bed at night was a blur. I was walking the line between, okay, I'm scared, he's a little kid, they make things up. But at the next morning I ran to the store, bought baby gates, put them up in the hallway leading to the stairs. My son was told never to play at the stairs again. Funny thing, but after I did that, every single time I went down to the basement apartment to help John, I feel something glaring at me. I would feel the hair on my neck go up. If John wasn't there, I would literally run to get what I needed and escape up the stairs as soon as possible. It was like I felt pure hate directed at me. I asked John about what my son was saying after about a month of feeling this hate and told him what my son was describing. John told me to sit down and he told me a story. 10 years before, John was not yet a paraplegic. He'd worked for a computer company, and this involved traveling to a few locations for IT support. One night, he was driving in Illinois very late, and he'd stopped at a rest stop for the restroom and a coffee from the machines there. As he walked into the men's facilities, he noticed that they were empty, and he quickly used the toilets, went to wash his hands. He glanced up, and there was a tall, thin man watching him, a man all in black. John freaked out because he'd appeared out of nowhere. He then glanced up again, and the man was right next to him. In a matter of a couple of seconds, this man had moved probably 20 feet and was so close that John could feel his breath on his face. No human being could move that fast. John swore to me that he'd seen a vampire. I didn't believe that, but I kept a poker face. John poured a very large bourbon, and he was shaking when he told me the next part. The man smiled, but it wasn't a smile. It was a baring of a huge broken sharp teeth. John said he ran for his car, like he knew his life depended on it, as if he drove away from the rest stop. This thing was following him on the road, running after the car. Shortly after that, John was in a terrible accident and was paralyzed. I couldn't stay. I just couldn't. I told John we were leaving in 2 weeks, that they would give him time to find another caregiver. I quickly found us another apartment and kept an eagle eye on my son until the day we left. As I was putting my son into the car, he suddenly said, Mom, he's mad. He wanted me to stay forever. I faked a smile and asked, Who, baby? With the great dignity, my son said, Biter. He hates you. You. He wants me to live with him, but you would be boo-booed like Mr. John. I felt a cold sweat go down my neck. He lives with Mr. John, but he said, you would go with Pop Pop. My recently deceased dad was Pop Pop. The last day, I cried in relief as I pulled out of the driveway. We had been so close to pure evil. My son waved and called, Bye, Mr. John, bye, Biter. I watched the rearview mirror until I hit the highway in case anything was running after the car. The Copper Queen. My story centers around an old copper mining town in Arizona called Bisbee. It's only 8 miles north of the Mexican border, and it's a little slice of the 1880s, right down to the Grand Dame Hotel in town, the Copper Queen. I lived in California growing up, but moved to Texas in my 30s and wound up engaged in the love of my life. Unfortunately, the timing was off for us then. He was recently a widower, and I had a young son, an ex-husband who was a pain, and an ill, elderly mother. Regretfully, we called off the marriage and I moved back to California. To make this short, 7 years ago I moved back to Texas, ran into my boy through a strange set of circumstances, and we decided pretty quickly that someone, maybe his late wife or maybe my late mother or father, wanted us to finally get together and stop faffing around. This is where the Copper Queen comes in. Honest. We were getting married and we wanted it to be an adventure. He wanted to get married in Tombstone, Arizona, but I'd wanted to see Bisbee for a very long time. We looked around for wedding venues, and you could be married in the upper sitting room of the Copper Queen Hotel. They're only 30 miles apart, so we could spend a day or two in Tombstone also. Perfect. After the wedding, we could spend a couple days exploring Bisbee and then see the gunfight at the OK Corral in Tombstone. The hotel itself is a 4-story stucco-fronted mansion with a series of terraced steps leading up to it. It overlooks the entire town. It's rumored to be very haunted, and it conducts ghost tours. Not far from it are the copper mines, which also have a reputation for spirits being seen. We checked in, and they had 2 rooms for us to choose from. The Julia Lowell room, reportedly haunted by a prostitute who killed herself, and the John Wayne room. He was a frequent guest when he was shooting films and was known for having the room closest to the bar so that he could find his room after a night of drinking in the saloon at the hotel. They took us first to see the Julia Lowell room. I walked in and was immediately hit with, "I see you." Not on my wedding night, no thank you. I noped out of there as fast as humanly possible. My oblivious fiancé argued about it all the way down to the John Wayne room, and I couldn't understand my no, just no, but hell no attitude. The John Wayne room was homage to his movies. Fiancé settled down pretty quickly when he saw it. He'd been a cowboy in Kansas for 20, so this was nirvana to him. We got married in the sitting room on the 3rd floor in front of a beautiful fireplace at sundown, in Levi's. Much to the amusement of people wandering through the gingerly backing out of the wedding. It was funny and sweet, and we loved it. We had dinner in the hotel restaurant and followed it up with a few drinks in the hotel saloon. We got up to our room and unlocked the door. I flipped on the light switch. It flipped back off. I did this a couple more times, and each time the lights all switched off again. Okay, then we turned on the TV. It died. We had to call down to the office and have them bring up a whole new TV. This was getting interesting. I had the feeling of energy everywhere in this hotel, but whatever it was felt curious, not threatening, so I shrugged it off. At least the lights were finally working. We went up to sleep somewhere around 1 a.m. I have no idea what time the noise woke me up, but I was hearing people in the sitting room or common room on the floor arguing. It was a man and a woman. I couldn't tell what they were saying, but it was some kind of fight where you hiss insults at each other. They had also turned on an antique radio that I had seen because I could hear music too loudly through the door. I could have told you the name of the song, but it reminded me of the Tennessee Waltz. I looked out of the peephole, but the sitting room was just all left. All that I could see was the stairwell leading down to the lobby. I wasn't about to open the door. My husband told me not to overreact, and maybe they'd quiet down. Instead, they got louder to the point where they were yelling, but trying to keep volume down because the area being a public space. I asked my husband to go out and break it up, but he refused to go out and get involved in a domestic dispute, especially between drunks. Things sounded like they were breaking glasses. Was she throwing things at his head? About 20 minutes of this, and I got fed up and headed for the door. As I did, it sounded like an argument moved into the room a couple doors down. I heard their door open and slam twice. The voices were still yelling, but they were behind a closed door now. Still, this was ridiculous. I called the manager on duty down in the lobby. The manager listened to me rant for a couple of minutes, then said, "Ma'am, can you calm down to the lobby?" 30 seconds later, we were downstairs and I smiled apologetically and pointed to the room where the noise was. He looked at me with the blankest expression. I grabbed my husband and he too told the manager all about the drunken roaring fight that had been going on for quite a while. The manager turned the printed register around to face us where he could see the room assignments. The room 2 doors down? Empty, unoccupied. The room next to us? Empty. 2 more rooms close to us? Empty. His expression clearly said that he thought we'd lost our minds. Now the lobby is 1 floor down, and you can almost see it from the open stairwell. They had heard no fight, no door slams, and hadn't heard the music. Thank God my husband heard it too. Anyone coming from the bar would have had to pass through the lobby and the manager on duty, who would have seen them. Besides, as it turned out, the bar had been closed for a couple of hours. He even pointed out that there were cameras in the lobby. No one had come in or out. I had tried to note my way out of a haunted wedding, but the Copper Queen had the last word. We're going back there in January for our anniversary. We haven't tried the mining tours yet. Could be even more interesting. When I was in high school, I'd spend most evenings at my friend's house with him and his mom. Their home had basically become my second home. I showed up early one day while my friend was still at practice. His mom didn't mind though. She invited me in, and she'd be home soon. We can play some dominoes or something till he comes home. She had always told me stories about a ghost she had in her house, doing all the normal ghost shit. Turning on lights, turning on water, faucets, footsteps, and opening doors. I always thought she was just trying to scare me, until this night. We sat down at the table and scrambled our dominoes face down to set up for our game. I grabbed my stack, and she hers. I started setting mine up on the sides in a row, placing them in order I wanted to play them in. We were playing maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and my turn was coming up. I reached for the domino I wanted to play, and just as I was going to grab it, it began sliding side to side rapidly in a very jagged motion, almost like when 2 opposing magnets push away from each other, making a sort of foot-long Z shape. It happens in an instant, and I sat there sort of puzzled for a second. I wasn't scared. There wasn't any ominous music going, no heavy, dark, or uncomfortable presence. I was just puzzled, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Looking at the table, thinking she hadn't seen what happened, I asked, "Are there magnets in these dominoes?" "No," she yelled before I could finish. "And that domino just moved. I told you I had a ghost in my house." The memory is etched into my mind, and I will never forget it. I can still hear every inflection in her voice, the look on her face, and the vivid image of the domino still standing on its side after sliding across the table in front of me. Terrifying things that have happened fairly recently. Most of these stories begin sometime after I go to bed. Most take place in my bed, which I share with my 2 dogs and my wife. I'm a man in my mid-30s. I guess the best place to begin would be the first time I believe I astral projected. I was visiting a friend and enjoying a rare night without my wife and dogs. As I achieved perfect relaxation, I realized that I could push out and leave my body. I floated in the blackness and eventually came across 2 people sitting at a table outside. Although I could not understand their words, I could hear them talking. They were talking about sports, but I couldn't make out any specifics. I tried to talk to them, and I told them my name. but I don't think they could hear me. However, I believe that I may have then attracted the attention of a malevolent being of some kind. I could feel his evil once he became aware of me. I quickly returned to my body and woke up. It was barely midnight locally. Later that evening, I tried the same thing, and the evil thing was waiting for me. I couldn't sleep anymore that night. I've tried twice more to astral project since that event, but this thing found me almost immediately. I no longer attempt this, save one other time, which we will discuss later. This next story is a bit more recent. It's preceded by a previous event with an epilogue, but I don't write any notes about that one. I was sleeping and having a very realistic dream. I was aware that it was a dream and that it was important for me to be there. I was in a small comic book convention looking for Charlie Chan novels, which I have never read or attempted to read in the real world. Perhaps I should, all things considered. I was walking with a watcher who also seemed to know that I was dreaming. He told me that it was important to remember the following things once I woke up: the storm, this man, the wife, the sound, the watcher, the dream, the fear, and the defender. He told me I needed to find the answer to the question, how can Dodge just give up on the world? There is something I don't quite remember about killing one's own brother for power. I think that was related to Dodge, whoever that is. Epilogue. I woke up. It was last winter and very dark in the bedroom. Suddenly there is a red light being projected like a laser on the ceiling. It is of a spinning wheel with an animal head in the center. There are multiple boxes on the outside of the wheel. These boxes each have a symbol in them that I do not recognize. I'm scared to close my eyes. The wheel is still there, in my vision, even with my eyes closed. I sit up and it's still there, spinning slowly in front of me. It changes perspective a little, but not entirely. I decide to go up. Despite this, it stays with me until I turn the light on in the bathroom. This epilogue happens 3 more times, all basically the same. I woke up my wife once, but she didn't see anything unusual. Neither wheel went away until after I turned on the light or walked around a bit. The next event is not particularly scary, but was rather jarring. I was in bed with the lights on. My wife was reading, but I had put down my book. I had a song stuck in my head, just a random rock song I knew pretty well. Suddenly, there was this brief buzzing sound, and the song in my head was replaced by a rap song of some sort. I'm not familiar with the genre, but I didn't recognize it at all. I could not and cannot remember the song anymore. This was less than a year ago. There was a similar event in which I felt a wave of some sort push through me, with a loud buzz, and well, it felt like I had just witnessed reality rewrite itself. If you have seen the movie Yesterday, it was kind of like that. Like something huge happened, but no one noticed. The story I'll share with you is similar to the epilogue mentioned earlier. However, this one's a bit different. Rather than the wheel, there is a human-looking arm projected in a rectangle. The arm was Caucasian and couldn't see past the upper arm. It was moving slightly, but not much. The rectangle faded away into the static, like you used to see one of those old televisions if you left them on too long. Once it was gone, the red lights returned, but this time in the shape of skulls floating across the ceiling. They faded away themselves without my need to turn on a light. I have several other stories about seeing hideous creatures. One time I think I mentally traveled into the past onto a battlefield, and one terrifying attempt of a thing trying to grab my arm from under a bed. I'm fairly certain that there's a lot more that I can't remember. I know all this sounds I had to share it, but I'm scared about what my family and friends might think. Every word above is true. Be safe. What was running upstairs? During the summers, my boyfriend and I take care of my parents' house while they're out traveling. The summer of 2017 was extremely hot here, so we slept in our basement to try to hide from the heat. My boyfriend worked as a handyman at the time and would get up at 6 in the morning. I worked the register at a store in time, so we worked very different hours. The morning in question went as one could expect. At 6 a.m., my boyfriend gave me a peck on the cheek, told me he was off to work, and left me snoozing in bed. About 2 years later, I woke up to a bang upstairs. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, groggy from sleep. I hear the unmistakable sound of bare feet running on hardwood floor. It started at the opposite end of the house and ran until it stood right over and only to run back again. Being the lazy bum I am, I texted my boyfriend from the bed. LMAO, what have you forgotten this time? Need me to come help? As I heard the footsteps run back and forth, my iPhone dinged. What? I'm at work, LOL. As I read the message, I can feel my blood turn cold as the steps stopped right above me. My first thought was that someone had broken in. I grabbed an old brandy stick my parents had stored away and started sneaking upstairs, ready to knock whoever had broken in the hell out. An empty house greeted me. I felt the door. It was as locked as it had been the night before. I stood in our sunny living room, where we had heard the steps stop. Suddenly, my improvised weapon felt very obsolete. There's something in the basement. My sister had a sleepover with a friend this weekend. They were both down in the basement because of the rec room we have there. It's pretty cozy with an old Xbox, an easel for painting, some old armchairs and comics. My sister and her friend often played around there by themselves, painting, playing Minecraft, usually 13-year-old stuff. We're used to bring them being alone down there, and our old basement isn't seen as creepy or unsettling in any way. On Friday night, however, our evening got interrupted by the girls scrambling upstairs, shrieking like a couple of bats out of hell. "There's something in the basement!" my sister screamed. We figured they'd gotten spooked by a spider or something like that, so my parents went down to check. The basement was found empty. The girls were asked what all the fuss was about, and they told my parents the door handle to the basement started rattling so hard the entire door started shaking. I later asked my sister what all the yelling was about, and she showed me what happened. "It was like something was trying to rip the door off," she said while grabbing the door handle and yanking on it like someone was trapped. It couldn't have been a draft, as the bathroom isn't connected to any of the outside walls, nor does it have any windows. The girls were laughing and giggling like crazy from the excitement of getting spooked like that, and we left it at being weird but harmless. It did, however, remind me of something that I remember happened to me as a kid in the same basement. I must have been 8 years old. I had gotten my own key, and I was allowed to walk home on my own. I knew my parents were at work, so I unlocked the door and stepped inside. As I did, I looked at the basement door. The door had been removed now. And as I stepped inside, I saw the door handle start to rattle and the door opening. I got so scared I bolted out of the house straight over to my friend's house, bawling my eyes out the entire time. Once my parents came home and I told them what happened, they explained what a cross draft and how it's the most likely to would have caused the door to open. I believed it back then, but after this weekend, I'm not so certain. empty house isn't as empty as we thought. Yesterday I came home from being in town to run a quick errand. I rang the doorbell since the door was locked and my boyfriend opened. "Damn, you're fast," he explained. I was a little confused because I'd been gone for maybe 30 minutes, which isn't that fast, considering he let me borrow his electric bike, and I didn't pay it any mind. After he let me in, he yelled, "Annie, your sister's home." "Annie's still at school. It's only 11 at noon," I answered. My boyfriend looked confused. "Who's home then? Your parents don't get out of work yet, do they?" "No, they get home at like 4. "Oh, okay. What did you forget, by the way? You must have biked like a madman to get here and back that fast," he remarked. "I didn't forget anything. I don't have the keys, remember?" My boyfriend relayed that to me. After I left, he could hear someone walking around the house, doors opening and closing, and other everyday noises. It was so loud and clear, he just assumed it was my sister or me getting home. I've been telling him that there's something in the house, but he hasn't experienced it himself before now. I always find myself yelling, "Hello," to the empty rooms because it sounds like someone's walking around, closing and opening doors, and the rustling of fabric. I saw what haunted my boyfriend as a child. This is a very strange, and at first I thought this belonged in a dream or night terror for him. Now I'm not sure. My boyfriend and I have been together for 9 years now. I've always suffered from night terrors. However, that's not something you bring up on a first date. This was back when my boyfriend and I had been dating for a few months, and I had recently started sleeping together. We were sleeping at his place. I woke up in the middle of the night and noticed we were holding hands. I thought it was cute, but I noticed that his hand was so pale and thin. My eyes got used to the darkness, and I saw his hands crossed on his stomach while I was holding a third, pale hand. As I became aware of this, something that looked like a woman with long black hair hanging over her face sat up from behind my boyfriend's form, looked at me, and laid back down. I stroked the hand with my thumb as you do when you're holding hands with someone. I don't know why I did that. I just wrote it off as a dream logic. This was in the beginning of our relationship, so I didn't tell him about it because I didn't want him to think I was crazy. Years passed, and now we're living together. He's very aware of my paranormal beliefs and night terrors. Out of nowhere, I came to think of that dream. "Did I ever tell you about that night terror I had at house when we recently got together?" I asked him with a little laugh. "I saw someone who looked like Sadako in your bed when we slept. I almost got jelly." I joked, but he didn't laugh. He got very pale and said, "Did she try to hold your hand?" I got taken back by his reaction. I told him I did hold her hand, and even remember stroking it with my thumb. My boyfriend then revealed to me that as a child, he'd have a recurring nightmare that a woman with long black hair and white hands tried to hold his hand, but he'd wake up in a panic before she ever got to him. He'd never told me this because he just wrote it off as a childhood nightmare. Now neither of us think they're nightmares anymore. My mystery about hours and minutes. Let's say that in my life, I witnessed a couple paranormal episodes, maybe years ago, and maybe I'll ask for explanations later, but now I'm more interested in another very strange issue that has tormented me for years. Since I was 18 or 19, it happened to me many times to look at the clock and see marked, for example, at night I come home after work or after being with friends, and I don't look at the clock right away. But too often, it is 333. I wake up at night and go to the bathroom and drink. I look at the time, and 4 times out of 5, it is 3:33. In the afternoon, especially if I'm at work, I try not to look at the time. But punctuality, or it's 333 or 334. What connection is there to these minutes? I waited until I was 33 to ask for this. I'll definitely be teased. I don't know. But it's a coincidence too much too strange. Is there a link to something? Does it have any meaning in numerology? Do you think ghosts like to mess with people more when they aren't recording? For example, we were doing an investigation in an old jail located in Globe, Arizona. One of the stories was that when volunteers were turning off all the breakers, sometimes they would report hearing a jail cell door slam. Long story short, one of my guys had to run out and grab some gear. He had just gotten back into town. We needed to eat before locking down for the rest of the night. When I went to turn the power off, I got to the last breaker, and after turning it off, I heard 3 loud and distinct knocks from behind me. I jumped out of my skin. I screamed out to ask if there was someone playing tricks on me. Nothing. I walked up front to the guy talking, and he didn't hear a thing. Not even me calling out to them. Or another time, I went to the bathroom at another location. At the time, a phone started ringing like an old rotary phone style. My 2 teammates and the host all heard this. The thing is, there are no phones working in the building, and everyone had their cell phone on them. None went off. The tie-in here, both times, we didn't have gear enabled to record or capture it as we were just setting up or finishing a tour. And those have been some of the most intense things we've experienced as far as what we think could have been true paranormal activity. Do you think that spirits are more willing to make themselves known when they think they aren't being recorded? Does that play into it at all? Or just happens to be a sort of coincidence? A ghost in my friend's house broke the attic door and scared me to death. When I was 19, my college friend Jack asked me to take care of his house and pet due to him and his family leaving somewhere. My friend had a normal house which can fit in a normal-sized family. It was Sunday. I had nothing to do, so I wanted to help and be a responsible guy. They all left the house around 7 p.m. I began watching some love movies and other things that were displayed on TV by that time. 5 hours later, the dog started barking, so I thought he wanted to go outside or eat something. I filled his bowl with dog food when Jack left for me, but he was barking and even shaking. I opened the door to the yard and he immediately ran from the house. I guess that he just needed to go do dog things. Well, he wasn't outside for the past 5 hours. I kept watching whatever showed up on the TV. I kind of wanted to sleep, but I couldn't do it for obvious reasons. 2 hours later, I ran to the yard door to let the dog in. I felt bad that he was there the whole time. I forgot about him. He was sleeping under a small tree like nothing. I took the dog inside by force when he suddenly started barking and shaking so hard that he got out of my arms, ran to the backyard when he became peaceful. Later on, the attic door shut with a huge force that I thought they totally broke it, and I'm in trouble for ruining the house. But after a second, I realized who could have done that. I went upstairs just to see broken doors, which were barely holding up. I was about to come down when they started to close and open itself really fast that I froze. The noise was so loud that the dog started barking even louder from the outside. I ran downstairs to the yard door, opened them as fast as I could, ran outside, and hid in the bushes. The dog was still barking for a good 5 minutes. I managed to smoke 3 cigarettes in that bush. I spent the rest of the night outside without any jacket, just a sweater and a dog. When Jack came home around 8 a.m., I showed him what happened last night, knowing that I'm in huge trouble for not fulfilling my duty. He reacted without anger or anything. He looked more worried than angry when I told him what happened. Finally, he experienced that his uncle died and they were going to another state for the funeral. The house was built by him for years before. I guess he just wanted to say goodbye to his old place. I also realized that the dog wanted to warn me as he felt bad energy in that house. A poltergeist that hated blondes. My story started in 1982. My dad had been in the military for 32 years, and then had worked for NASA before he retired. Because of his military service, he and my mom were eligible to travel anywhere in the world by military transport, if there was available room, and pay a nominal fee for meals while in flight. They had never been to Hong Kong, and it had long been on their bucket list. They arranged for the trip, which would have been about 2 weeks if I remember correctly. They were worried about leaving their house empty for that long and asked me to house sit. There had been a string of burglaries in the area, but they targeted houses that were all sale or empty. Now, the house I grew up in was not a very cozy or warm or fuzzy place. The rumor that I heard when we moved in was that a boy of 13 had killed himself with a shotgun a couple of years prior to us moving in. I had never been able to substantiate the rumor, and it was definitely verboten in my house to ask about it. It was a standard ranch in the burbs, built in probably 1968 or 1969, when California started booming and my parents got a suspiciously good deal on it, but I digress. This house just did not feel friendly. Even with all the windows and doors open, it felt dark. When you entered the front door, you had a kitchen and a family to your right, living room to the left, and a long hallway leading back to 4 bedrooms and 2 baths. Classic L shape with the tiled roof of the pseudo-Halencia. The energy made me nervous. Quite often at night, you would hear footsteps going down the hall turning and going to the kitchen. There was a built-in desk where we kept a phone or an answering machine and a fax machine. Without fail, we could hear the fax machine dialing and the phone speaker would pick up ringing. No one ever answered, thank God. My dad was an ex-search and rescue man. He quickly shut down any discussion. If you grew up military, you understand that one look would wilt you in your seat. They left for their trip, and I nervously settled in. I had the instinct to keep myself near the front of the house. I chose the family room couch in order to stay as close to the front door as possible. Things have a habit of pretty much saying, I see you. And I have to say, I see you too, which can lead to a pretty nasty standoff. The first night there, I stayed up late and finally went to sleep at about 2 a.m. At 3 o'clock, right before the dot. I know the cliche. The little entity came walking down the hall, step, shuffle, step, all the way into the kitchen. I waited for it to start dialing. Nope, it paused, and the footsteps came right up to where I was lying on the couch. I was feeling an energy surge, but I didn't see anything. My impression was that it was agitated. In my head I heard, move. I was trying to wake up and pull myself together when it said again, move. More urgent, and I sat up and started putting my shoes on. There was a kitchen between me and the front door. I was flabbergasted that this thing and I had even been afraid of. It was more scared than I was. I was shaking and fumbling for my car keys. This thing was screaming in my head, move, please, go. Please go now. And I bolted for the kitchen. As I got to the edge of the dining room, I heard what this ghost was afraid of. It sounded huge. Heavy footsteps boomed down the hall. Something growled, and I heard the farthest bedroom door slam. Then the next one, then the next one. Only one doorway left before it got to the kitchen. I grabbed the front doorknob, frantically tried to get it open, but it wouldn't budge. It was unlocked, but there was so much pressure that I couldn't pull it open. The last door slammed, and I prayed for help to get it open. It suddenly popped open so hard that I fell backwards into the wall, scrambled outside onto my hands and knees. Behind me, the front door slammed so hard that the wood frame splintered in an area about 3 inches across. I sat in the car until dawn. I never again went into that house at night. I took a friend back with me to check it before dark every night. My parents sold it to my sister when they downsized, but I never went over there again. Years later, I sold this story to a friend of mine, Nick, who had spent time with me over there when we were in high school. His comment? That poltergeist that hates blondes? Yes, Nick had felt it too. We're both blondes. It had trapped him in the kitchen one day. I wondered why he had suddenly stopped coming over. Golden Gate Bridge Ghost. This encounter happened about 1982. That's quite a while ago, but it's stuck in my memory as one of the first encounters I've had with a spirit. Luckily, they seem to appear as normal people to me. So, at the time, I'm not especially frightened. The place was under the North Pier of the Golden Gate Bridge. There's a parking lot and an incline that leads down under the North Tower. It's surrounded by granite blocks that are huge, probably 10 feet wide and 8 feet tall. They were cut as supports for the bridge as it was being built. They were never removed. When you're in your early 20s, it's a romantic place to walk. There's a very small lighthouse called the Fort Point Light that was decommissioned when the bridge was built. And as you can sit there and watch the fog roll down over the city, hear the foghorn blast from under the South Tower. I was dating a man who lived in San Francisco, and we were young and broke, so we went to the Ghirardelli chocolates, and then went for a walk under the North Tower to spend a little time alone, enjoy the sunset. It was almost sunset as we parked and walked down to the lighthouse. We sat on this little jetty next to it and talked until it was full dark, probably about 8:30, because it was either September or October. I don't know if you've been to San Francisco, but it gets very windy and cold as the sun goes down. We had only light jackets on. We decided to go back up to the car, head to the little coffee shop on 18th Avenue to warm up. As we got closer to the granite blocks, I noticed a man in a red flannel shirt and what looked like wool pants and work boots, sitting on top of a block, smoking a pipe. What sticks in my mind is the glow from his pipe and the smell of the tobacco that carried on the breeze. I nodded to him and said, "Hello." We were walking within about 5 feet of where he was sitting, and he said, "Hello, fine evening, isn't it?" I asked him if he needed a ride anywhere because the parking lot was empty, except for our car, and he answered very politely that he was waiting for his wife and daughter, but thank you. I asked if they were driving to meet him, and he laughed and said, "Oh no, he'd been there for quite a while, but he would see them walk up." Odd. At about this time, it registered on me that my date was jiggling. Literally, he was hopping from one foot to another, like he was in a windstorm, and he was tugging frantically on my jacket sleeve. He grabbed my elbow and pushed me in front of him to the parking lot, shoved me into the car. I was pretty irritated, couldn't figure out why his freaking problem was. It was bad enough that he hadn't said a word to a nice man, but he hadn't even let me say goodbye as we left. I turned to yell at him as he backed out and peeled out of the parking lot as fast as he could, but I was stopped by how pale he was. He looked as if he was about to cry. He didn't say a word until we got off the bridge and then started yelling. "Who were you talking to?" It turns out he didn't see the man. He didn't hear him either. He only smelt pipe smoke and saw me talking to a granite block. He said he felt freezing air and was afraid that if we didn't leave, something horrible was going to happen. He was afraid we'd disappear, were his exact words. Then I was a little freaked out and started doing some research on who this man might be. The Golden Gate Bridge was completed in 1938 and several workers were killed while building it. My guess is that he was one of the men who died during the construction and his spirit was tied to the place. As for waiting for his wife and daughter, maybe they still lived in San Francisco and he was waiting for them to pass. He would cross over at the same time. Doesn't sound like a bad place to wait to me. I never saw my date again after that night, but who can blame him? I was talking to a spirit. That would be enough for anyone to decide to find a girlfriend who didn't talk to people who weren't there. I've had a lot of encounters since then, but I'm grateful that he was sweet and polite. It taught me to stop and remember that mostly they're just people and not purposely trying to frighten you. Someone under the covers with me. We live in Texas City, and it's the site of a massive industrial accident that happened in 1947 that killed at least 576 people. The whole town was damaged and one ship's anchor was blown 1.5 miles. The other landed at the base of the Texas City dike. That's about 4 blocks from my house. Most people were killed in offices, schools, neighborhoods, and the entire blocks from my house. Because of this, we've experienced what I think as people passing through. My theory is that my house, which is one of the few old ones remaining, is familiar to them. They never seem to mean any harm. There is also the earliest Air Force base in the nation here, and my house was right on the boundary line of where the base housing was. That might explain all the energy that seems to still come through from time to time. I fell off a ladder 12 years ago and fractured my pelvis and 2 vertebrae. When it really hurts, it helps to grab a comforter and sleep on the living room floor. It puts everything back into alignment, if that makes sense. One night last winter, I had slept on the floor, but woke up right as our antique mantle clock was chiming 4 a.m. I was lying on my side facing the TV, and the bedrooms and hallways were to my back. I heard footsteps and assumed that my husband woke up and came to check on me. I was sleepy and felt him lift the comforter behind me and climb underneath the covers and spoon me. Well, I thought he was being sweet and slightly romantic to keep me company. I Love Lucy was on, and I can tell you the episode was the one where Lucy meets Bill Holden. I'm quite sure that I was awake. I was looking at the clock the whole time. After a few minutes of spooning, I started thinking, gosh, his arm is so heavy, and I'm so hot. He was really throwing off some heat even though the room was cold. A gradual dawning happened on me that I hear snoring coming from the bedroom. My husband's distinctive snoring whistle. Who had their arm around me? I was too terrified to look. The arm around me was getting heavier and heavier, and I was panicking. In my mind, I decided to count to 3 and then jump and run for the bedroom. I counted it down and threw the comforter back and ran. I shook my husband awake, made him go and check the living room with me. There was no one there, but the comforter was rumpled as if someone had laid there, and the pillows showed indents for myself and whoever or whatever had been there. I still sleep in the living room once in a while, but I always sleep very close to the coffee table, where no one could possibly lay down behind me. Before I go to sleep, I say a little prayer that no one visits, and I ask out loud, please, I just want to sleep. Don't get too close or touch me. So far, so good. I know they mean no harm, but we already hear a group of people at 3 a.m., and a ghost dog bumps our bed pretty frequently. I love my house. I just don't want to be scared to death in it. Ghost Children from Texas City Explosion. Let me preface my story by telling you that I live in a town right on the Galveston Bay in South Texas. It's a quiet town where you would never guess that anything dark had ever happened. Nevertheless, in 1947, a ship named Grand Camp exploded at the pier and ignited one of the largest tragedies in the United States. And all 576 people were killed, and the southern part of the town was almost vaporized. The destruction runs to within half of a mile of my 1920 bungalow, which I bought in 2010. I didn't know at the time, but there are frequent echoes of the people who lived here in 1947. One night when we were in bed, my husband was awoken at 4:30 a.m. by the sounds of two little girls playing with what sounded like a ball and jacks. He listened for a minute as they giggled and played by the bedroom door. He said they sounded somewhere between 6 and 8 years old. He was fully awake and facing our bedroom windows. There was enough light that he was seeing the false dawn along a slight glow behind him. I was on the side of the bed closest to the door and asleep. After a moment or two, the oldest girl said, "Watch this," to the other child. She called out, "Mama, Mama," which any mother knows will rouse you out of the deepest sleep. I immediately sat up in panic saying, What, are you okay?" And they giggled to see that I responded. My husband silently grabbed my arm and pointed to the foot of the bed. There is a patch of doorway that looked lighter and wavy to me, and I could hear a little whisper, but I couldn't make out what was being said. I looked at him. He looked at me, wide-eyed. We both decided to be massive chickens and lie down again and pretend that it never happened. That was a little creepy. We weren't sure how to deal with ghost children. Everything was quiet for about 10 minutes. I started drifting back off to sleep. My husband settled back down with his back to the door and started to doze off again. We heard the little game start up again, and a silvery glow was at the foot of the bed. I watched as it came around to my husband's side of the bed. He was lying on his side, and the little glow moved to where his pillow was. I was too afraid to move or say anything. He had his eyes squeezed shut. I don't blame him. As I watched, I looked as if two little hands pressed down on the bed next to his face, and the glow hovered closer and closer to his face. I'm not sure who screamed first, but we both did. There was a tinkling little laugh. It wasn't mean. It reminded me of a small child who are checking to see if they can wake you up and play with them. As we grabbed each other, thoroughly shaken, the little glow slipped right through the wall and vanished. I don't mind that the little girl and others came through once in a while, but it can surprise and shake you. We have a few stories if anyone's interested. I'd be happy to share them with you. Ask Reddit 1. Driving home from dinner with my ex-wife, we took an off-road path on accident because I made a wrong turn. Figured I'd keep going because we were heading east and that was our destination anyway. Creepy dark road with some cornfields on the sides. Suddenly my ex-wife says, "What's that?" Me. "What?" Her. "They're up ahead on the side of the road. Is that a person?" Now I have a perfectly fine eye, and so did she, but I didn't see a damn thing. "I don't see anything." At this point, she turns to me looking angry and says, "Stop fucking with me. Look." "I don't see anything." She looked at me confused and horrified, like I've never seen her before, and then looks back at the figure and says, "What the fuck? It's a man with a briefcase and a hat." Now I got a bit worried since the look on her face was way too genuine and spooked to be a stupid prank. So we got closer and I still don't see a thing, and she turned quiet. As her head started to turn, we came up to this man I did not see. So I stick my neck out and turned on and off the bigger lights in the car to see what the hell she was seeing. Nothing. I see absolutely nothing but corn and a road. So we pass by this man. She turns white and starts whimpering, and she basically begs me, "Please tell me you saw that." I'm freaking out. "Please, please." Again, I tell her, "Calm down. I really don't see anything. What is wrong with you?" I then peek next to her and view my mirror, and I don't know how or why or whatever. But there he was. For just half a second, I saw a man standing at the side of the road, all in black, and a hat on. I couldn't see the briefcase, but I'm 100% sure I saw him standing there, looking at me through the mirror, as he went out of the mirror's reflection. So I froze for a second, quickly looked out the back window. Nothing. My ex-wife knew what I saw it too. "Oh my God, you just saw it?" "I told you I saw it. Please drive. Go, go." We went home and I haven't stopped thinking about that day ever. I'm not religious and I don't believe in the paranormal or superstitious stuff. But for that life of me, I cannot explain how my ex-wife saw this person for a good 20 seconds, and I did not until I passed by and saw his reflection in the mirror while he was illuminated from my taillights. We spoke about it when we got home and tried finding explanations, but really we never understood why a man in a black suit, a black hat, black briefcase was doing on a dark, lonely road like that in 3 degrees centigrade on December night at 22:30. Ask Reddit 2. Truck driver in the US. I just started trucking, and it had been at it for only a few months. I was with this company that makes you ride teams for the first 6 months. The guy then teamed me with isn't a bad guy, but like everyone, there's always something that you don't like about other people. These things aren't horrible, but little things. Well, we were at a shipper one day at a slaughterhouse. The smell. I don't see how the employees manage it. We get hooked up to our trailer, and I had to get my paperwork. Leave only to find out, thankfully before I left, that the seal number was different than what was on the papers. I go back in to correct this mistake, and as I walk in there is another trucker following me in. While I wait on my paperwork again, this guy and I strike up a conversation. In the middle of the convo, or rather toward the end, I happen to mention my mild frustrations about my partner. I wanted to paint a picture of this guy real quick. 6 foot, not fat, but has a bit of a trucker's pudge going on, and around 50 years on him. His arms, I didn't really notice at first, had hundreds of small, inch-long cut scars, all different directions, all over what I could see on his arms. He wore a short-sleeved shirt. He also had some of these small scars on his neck around the collar of his shirt, but not so many. Bit of a wild look in his eye. Anyways, back to the story. In hearing my frustrations, this man proceeded to tell me that I have to let it go. I said, yeah, it isn't really a big deal, so I don't think about it. And that guy just let the demons out. He gestures a fist and drags it across his gut, as if he were holding a knife and cutting himself with it. You gotta let the demons out and let the fall and walk away. Gesturing every word he's saying, the man then proceeded to pull his shirt up, and I now witnessed the same scarring from his arm and his stomach all over, hundreds. What got me the most was the really big one, right in line with where he dragged his fist. I was in shock realizing the situation. This man has done this to himself and is probably speaking literally. As my brain is racing, all I think is that I need to be gone from here. So I nod my head in agreement. because I don't know what he would do if I didn't, and promptly asked for my paperwork with a staunch voice. Nothing came of it, but the man is seriously disturbed and I think needs professional help. I hope he got it. It was the first and only time I've ever genuinely feared for my life interacting with another individual on a face-to-face basis. Ask Reddit 3. I live in the northern end of Germany's Black Forest, and even though the region is nothing in comparison to US rural areas or even rural German areas, it still has its quiet and dark roads. So I'm at school event and went on until late at night. You could call it a prom sort of thing. And I take the bus to my village at 1:36 a.m. in the town where my school is. The bus ride takes about 30 minutes, and we're a good 20 minutes into the ride. Aside from me, the driver and one guy who was almost asleep in the bus is empty. As the roads were driving on, it's the forest stretch right before my village, and it's pitch black, nothing to see. The bus comes around a corner, and in the middle of the road is a vehicle, a gray Audi A3, with hazards on, and both front doors open. The bus driver brakes hardly, comes to a stop right behind the car. Nothing to see, nothing to hear, just the engines running. The bus driver turns around in his seat and opens his mouth to speak when suddenly this woman comes out of the woods. Running toward the bus doors, bus driver, sleepy or now awake guy, and I just watch as she starts to hammer against the bus doors, screaming like some kind of animal. Bus driver slams into reverse and then drives away, almost slamming the driver door of the car. We speed through the forest, and at the first stop in civilization, he phones the police and some of his colleagues to inform them. I still don't know what the hell was going on there, but I've heard from friends, and they've seen similar things, gray Audi with hazards on, in various parts of the country they live in. It still creeps me out, and I normally take to the bus earlier than midnight or sleep over when I'm out. Ask Reddit 4. I'm not a trucker, but my father was. I became a diesel mechanic, kind of following his footsteps. When I was about 6 years old, my father picked me up to do a haul of some chemicals down to a specific plant in New York. We picked up the load and headed out, but took a different route than usual. We passed our usual right-hand turn and proceeded a few more miles up the road. We came to an intersection that is a Y in reverse, and we were to take a right-hand turn. There was a restaurant across from us on the left as we turned right and pulled over. My father told me to get out, kick the tires, take care of business, which means to take a leak. So after doing my business between the dualies, I kicked the tires to check for flats, as usual. As I turn around to my right, to the front of the truck, my father was pulling something large out of the cab. It looked heavy. It was long. I asked him what it was, and he said, "It's just trash." "Mind your business and get in the truck," he said. I hopped in the cab and half-ass watched my old man as he hauled this thing into the cornfield. He got back into the truck, and we took off, and that was it. In 1991, I heard about the body of a young girl that was found right there in that area that dated back to around the same time me and my old man used to run together. All these years, I can't help but wonder if that was what my old man pulled out of the cab of that truck. It's been 20 years now. It still haunts me. Ask Reddit 5. I might be a little too late for anyone to see this, but about my third year into my career, I was taking a load of paper from Alabama to Ohio. Well, the paper mill I loaded at was in the middle of a BFE, and was probably 65 miles away from the nearest interstate. I was a little low on my legal driving hours, so I figured I would spend the night at the shipper. Well, the shipper doesn't allow overnight parking. Great. So I get loaded and roll out. I set my GPS for the nearest truck stop, which was 70 miles. There was one closer, but it didn't have showers according to Google reviews. So I'm rolling along this windy country road, just taking my time because it's dark. I flip my high beams on. When I get to a straight section of road, I can see a figure walking. I remember thinking how brave they must be. Well, as I get closer, I notice the figure is a man in an all-white suit. As my lights uncover more of him, I notice he has a bag slung over his shoulder. Not a big one, but big enough to notice. As I started to ease the truck over to the left side of the road to pass him, he turned and stuck his thumb out as if to hitch a ride. Now, I normally wouldn't have a problem with that, except the fact that when he turned toward the truck, the place where his face was supposed to be was completely red and blank. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, blank, red, and blank. I must have hit my door lock button about 30 times. I made it to the truck stop and waited until daylight to take my shower. I don't know what I saw that night, but whatever it was, it cannot ride with me. Ask Reddit 6. Just before the Desert Storm invasion in Kuwait, I was living in South Wales. Me and my then girlfriend were doing hitchhiking up a mountain called Pen y Fal, or Sugarloaf, in the Brecon Beacons mountain ridge. The Brecon Beacons are regularly used for military exercises, and with the Gulf War, hotting up training there was becoming more common. It was a rare, lovely day, and we're 3/4 of the way up the summit, and the valley below was hobbit-like idyllic, with bright green fields, woods, cottages, and farmhouses, rural roads and bridges over the river and the valley floor. All of a sudden, there is a noise that I've never heard before or since. A sudden explosive roar that shook the innards, like thunder, but suddenly with no rumble. Ab-tearing noise, like some vast canvas getting ripped asunder, only louder than you can imagine. It scared the shit out of both of us, and at first I thought the mountaintop was falling on us, somehow. But it took only a second or two to realize it was the sound of a very closer-by jet. I was looking up at the sky for the plane, now that my fear had subsided, and could not see where the fuck the thing was. Then my girlfriend tapped me on the shoulder, pointed down to the valley below, where the USAF A-10 Warthog was tearing the fuck down the valley, only 100 or so feet, the ground, practicing a strafing run, though obviously not firing anything. We sat there and could see the pilot and everything as he pulled up and flew and around and started another episode and runs from one end to the other valley. The plane was a fucking beast. I really never want to be on the receiving end of that thing. It was weird looking down on a jet. It made you feel a bit godlike. In normal times, this sort of exercise would have been strictly forbidden and confined to the big military ranges in the Brecon Beacons. But with the Desert Storm operation only a few days away and military preparations going into overdrive, these rules were obviously relaxed or just ignored. Ask Reddit 7. The weirdest one I saw was on my way back from a show down in Virginia to Buffalo, New York. I had 4 guys with me and a truck full of speaker equipment. I was driving in Pennsylvania on the crazy 219-322-80 route, probably near Dubois or Clearfield. If you don't know the route, it's highways mixed with local country roads, but roads you're driving 65 on, and still in the middle of nowhere. It was late, maybe midnight or 1 a.m. It was just me and another guy in the back seat. We were awake. I was driving with a house on my right, woods on my left, in the middle of a heavily wooded area. There's no street lights, so it's pitch black except for my headlights. I saw this enormous figure swoop over the car, about 10 feet up. I caught enough of it in the headlights that it looked like a bat had brown hairy body, but the wings and the size were massive. Not like a bird, but like a giant bat or flying dog. If the dog was a mastiff or a short-haired dog, and the eyes were red, I saw it and my brain registered it, and I looked around and couldn't see anymore because I was going fast enough. As I looked around, I hear my cousin's voice really calmly from the back say, "I saw it too." I just got a chill and kept driving, but we didn't say anything more until we got home. One of my friends later told me that it was probably the Mothman. And I'd have to say that that could be probably the closest thing. I saw something that wasn't a bird. My cousin saw it too. So now when I drive through the no man's land of Pennsylvania, keep an eye out for whatever the hell that thing was. Ask Reddit 8. My friend and I were driving from Maine to Las Vegas. At a rest stop late at night, empty aside from a beat-up dark truck with a blue tarp covering the back, I went in to use the bathroom. Only person in a large men's bathroom. I used the private stall in the very back. There were 5 or 6. I hear the bathroom door swing open as I'm taking a leak. Heavy boots walk inside ponderously. They stop outside the door to my stall, to which I raise an eyebrow, and I remember seeing large black boots under the door. He tries the door, which is bizarre because it's the only one closed in the bathroom. "Someone's in here," I say. He tries the door again, this time aggressively, as if trying to somehow wrench it open. Sometimes you don't swing the lock all the way and it can still come open. I raise my voice. "Look, man, I'm in here." At this point, I'm struck by an overwhelming sense of dread. I get goosebumps and feel that sensation that you get when you're being watched, but you don't know who or what is watching you. I don't scare easily, but I was extremely scared looking at those boots and wondering what would happen next. Then the man walks away, kind of fast, and for some reason, I get the sense that I just screwed up his plan, whatever it was. The bathroom door swings closed. When I get back to my friend's car, his huge Great Dane is growling like mad, and my friend looks freaked out. I tell him, "You won't believe what I just..." But he cuts me off. "Did you see that man?" Puzzled, I shake my head. "No." My friend says, "Czar started barking like crazy as soon as that man left his truck and went to the bathroom, as if he was following you. Czar started freaking out and trying to hop out of the window. He wanted to get under that blue tarp covering the truck bed. The guy came out in quite a hurry and sped off. I was just about to run in and check on you." He looked at me very seriously. "Czar never barks like that. Ever." I've always remembered the sensation and absolute dread, and the blue tarp over the truck. To this day, I wonder what may have been under it. Ask Reddit 9. I stayed the night at my friend's house, a small one-story, 3-bedroom house in the boonies near the city limits, a few years back. I was around 18 at the time. My friend, he has 2 cats, but they hardly ever around. Anyway, we were hanging out in his living room, and it was 12, and he was tired, so went to pass out in his room, and I stayed in the living room to sleep on the couch. I slept curled up on the couch facing the whole room. I woke up to something jab me in the stomach hard and nearly knocked the wind out of me. The cats were immediately at the corner of the rooms hissing at me. Their eyes followed something out of the room I couldn't see. Another time, I woke up at my mother's house. Funny enough, it was in her living room as well. She had kid toys for the nephews when they came over. Then they woke up because 2 of them were going off and nothing was there to set them off. I ran out of the room so fast it was ridiculous. But I thought I was over-exaggerating, so I didn't run all the way into my mom's room. I just waited in the hallway. Anyways, I ended up bringing myself to go back to sleep. Nothing happened until I was almost asleep, and I opened my eyes, and I could swear one of the toys moved closer to me. I pulled the blanket over my head and eventually passed out, terrified of course. These stories could probably be debunked fairly easy, but there are only a couple of the many odd experiences life has brought me. I'd love to hear your guys' stories. Kudos for the creatures other than big toes. Ask Reddit 10. For me, this was in the form of something completely out of my comfort zone. I tend to sometimes go to Google Images to look up things I remember vaguely and want to reminisce on. Like when you search up an old meme and some of the top results are from the stupid me.me site. For this time around, I was thinking about seeing ironic creepypasta memes. I used to look up something like creepypasta joke. I found what I was looking for, kinda, like a meme with spaghetti in the shape of Slender. But when I scrolled more, I found something that sort of frightened me, but also made me question what I was actually looking at. The first image of this in my search was a frozen food aisle of a grocery store, where all the meat on the shelves, in plastic, except what I saw wasn't ordinary meat. The meat had almost full human facial features on it, eyes and sockets, a little bit of nose, I think, and a mouth, most notably. Now you can tell why I was questioning just what the heck I was looking at. It was sort of one of those things where you just can't stop questioning it. I ended up just peering through small images of the first one I had encountered, seeing a couple rows and angles of meat with faces on them. And I even think I remember seeing some of these images distinctively showing regular-looking shoppers going by these sections, like if this was just a normal grocery store. I never looked back since then, or even tried searching it up to know if it was seeing something real or just insane Photoshop. That was until soon later, when I noticed a recommended video on my YouTube show up. The thumbnail is the thing that really creeped me out. It was the video of things to never Google, and that damn thumbnail had a face photoshopped on some meat. I didn't think of it as some sort of heavy realization, just still a moment to process. If everything I saw in those images was completely real. I also have a couple more encounters with creepy unexpected images in Google searches. I've searched so many things that it's hard to keep track of remembering what searches led to what thing, but I definitely remember a few crazy ones. This one I saw of a kid sitting on the lap of a guy in an Easter bunny costume. Sounds innocent enough on text, except for the fucking image itself. It was like a photo with Santa, mainly with a crying child, but the reason that the kid crying wasn't ominous. The damn Easter bunny guy had this crazy scary mask. It was like a quality movie mask where it looked like it moved with the wearer's face. The guy had a monstrous expression for the photo, making a wide open mouth with sharp teeth showing some cunning eyes. This dude looked freaking terrifying. I felt bad for the kid in the photo, but also noticed that the kind of image goes into my Google activity. Had to be removed from the history because it creeped me out. That much is for sure. I also ominously stumbled across a mostly unrelated image in a search of what I assumed was a pixel kind of blur to it. The position of the guy was sitting on the floor and laid back against a wall. I also remember the wall being blue and the guy's head a bit bloodied. I wasn't unsure if I was looking at a dead man, but I didn't want to have a speculation for too long, so I stopped having it bother me. These kinds of things, to me, seem like a TOMT experience that people get from regular Google search images at least once or twice in their timeline, but never think of bringing it up. I tried asking about the faces on meat before for a Reddit post of telling me how I stumbled upon it, and then following up with questions for anyone that would know, but ended up with no help. Still kind of curious to know what exactly it is I found back then, and what kind of actual Google search term leads to that. Ask Reddit 11. A couple of years ago, the drain in my garden was blocked. We kept a ladle next to it after my dad used it to clear out the drain, and after that, we didn't particularly fancy using it for cooking. Mom came home late from work one night and thanked me for getting around to cleaning the drain. Only problem was I hadn't, yet the ladle had been used and there was a load of gunk laying next to it. We're the middle of a 5-terrace block, so for anyone to get into the garden, it requires hopping over a few fences. The drain is also on the side between the conservatory and the fence, so not really a thing you randomly stumble across fence hopping. I asked my neighbor if he or she saw someone who cleared it. We get on super well, so would have been thankful if that was the situation, but she had no knowledge of it. This happened a couple years ago as well. In the conservatory, we have battery-activated birds that tweet if someone causes a big vibration, clapping hands loudly next to it, jumping up and down next to it, etc. There's not a sensitive or never go off by themselves, apart from one night where they went off 4 times over the space of a few hours. My mom and I were in bed and the cats were up with me, so none of us could have caused this. There was no weird seismic activity going on, I checked, and it's never happened before or after. Batteries are still going strong, so it wasn't that either. 3. In my room, I have a letter F. That is a battery operated and lights up. Last year I lost my keys a week or so before the incident. Didn't have a clue where they were. Went to bed as usual. Woke up at 5 a.m. with the F light on and my keys were underneath. I haven't had a history of sleepwalking, and like the above, nothing similar has happened before or after. It's still the same battery and works just fine. 4. Mom was on a holiday September. I was at work, got a parcel, and the delivery company sent me an email saying that it was in a safe place, the porch. I came home from work, parcel wasn't there. Went inside and it was sitting by the stairs. Only rational thing I can attribute to is I didn't think the door was properly closed, and after taking the picture of the delivery man, decided to plonk it inside. I've never not closed the door properly before or after. 5. Left this one off my previous list, as I'd sort of brushed it off. This happened about a week ago. I was on my bed playing online poker. Not very well, I might add, in a room with a window open, but a blackout blind pulled down in front of it, and my door closed. I have a bookcase which lays against the wall, and with this it's sideways to the window, so it's not great for blowing things off. I have a thick, heavy book on poker. As I was playing my losing streak, it fell off of the bookshelf. I have a ton of non-poker stuff on the bookshelf. That was the only book that had moved. Rationally, there was somewhere a breeze or vibration that caused it to jump off, but that was weird. I've also got a couple of bump in the night things. This one was about 6 years ago. I was playing on the PlayStation when I heard someone scraping against my door. Presumably it was my mom trying to scare me. Told her to go away. She called up from downstairs asking if that was me. This was maybe 6 months ago. I was downstairs making midnight toast when something thudded twice against the door between the living room and the dining room kitchen. Presumably it was my cat trying to get in. The sound was something like throwing itself against the door. I went to the door and there was no cat there. Raced upstairs and both cats are sound asleep in the corner of the room. Logically, it was one of them and races up and settled for the night. But that was speedy as heck if it was completely out of character. I've mentioned these before, but they always stop believing me when I mentioned about the delivery appearing inside. I genuinely promise the above have all genuinely happened. But It would be nice to think that it's a cool entity doing random tasks and helping me out. I'm sure there's a rational explanation for the above, although quite frankly, I'm worried about the rational one for the drain. If anyone has any ideas, let me know. Ask Reddit 12. This is from the time I was 13. I remember it clearly because it happened the day I found my cat. That day I returned home kind of early from school because I used to return walking, but that day I took the bus, so no one was at home in an hour to accept me. I was eating something before taking a nap and the phone started ringing. I answered the call, but there wasn't any sound on the other side. I hung up and was about to go when it started ringing again. I answered, and nothing, so I hung up again. That happened many times in a period of 20 to 25 minutes. The phone started ringing for the 10th time, I think, and I was angry at this point because I thought someone was making a prank. But no, this time when I answered, there was someone, and that someone was crying, and in the background there was a very creepy and, believe me, inhuman laugh. It sounded metallic. Just after I asked, "How can I help you?" I heard that the person who was crying started to shout something that wasn't in my language. Then it stopped. Then I heard the loud laughing come closer to the point where it super scared me and I hung up the phone in shock. It was a minute later I realized that maybe I had witnessed a crime or something similar. So I started checking the call record to tell the police what number was the one calling. It was empty. No calls. I was astonished. Then I called the police and informed about it. They called me hours later, very angry, telling me that they had contacted the phone company, and there wasn't any call to my phone at that hour that I had pointed out things had happened. Until today, I don't know what the hell happened. Like I'm trying to seek an explanation for this. Ask Reddit 13. I often have trouble sleeping. It gets to the point where sometimes I go walking my dogs until 2 or 3 in the morning and come home to go back to sleep. I'm convinced that there's some sort of strange creature living in my quiet country Australian town. So anyways, when I go to the sports grounds in my town, I usually let my dogs off the leash so they can have a run around free. They're violent to other dogs, so it's good to let them out and run around like that. One night, I get to the sports grounds and let off my dogs and shone the torch around town to see if anyone was around. I looked around and all of a sudden, I saw 2 eyes illuminated by a torch staring back at me in the middle of the oval. This didn't happen at the oval pictured. It's just showing you what the footy oval is. At first, I thought it was a dog, a cat, a rabbit, a possum, but then it stood up. Whatever it was big. I thought maybe it was a kangaroo, but it stood way higher than any kangaroo I'd ever seen. Even red. I couldn't really make out its body because it's pretty far away. Like I said before, my dogs are mean and violent to other animals. They've been known to take on animals way bigger than themselves, like cows or horses. But whatever this thing was, they backed away and whimpered. I took them away on a leash and kept walking. We went through a gate, and halfway across the second oval, I got that strange feeling something was watching us, and turned around to shine the torch, and it was there. It had walked to the other gate that led to the same area, and was just standing there, watching us. I was still too far to make out from the body, and I was really scared, so I just started walking, and in 5 minutes, I was home. That was about a year ago. It took me about a month to work up the nerve to walk the dogs at night again. Last month, I was in the same place at the same time with my dogs, and I started thinking about the incident. As I was thinking, every dog in the surrounding neighborhood started barking like crazy. My 2 started whimpering like the first time, and all of a sudden, a giant bang sounded and something let out a large threatening howl which made all of the dogs suddenly stop. As soon as that happened, I grabbed the dogs and ran home. I'm convinced there's some sort of strange creature living there. House. I used to live in a house where a woman died from electrocution in 1993. It was actually my stepsister's mom who died in a real bad way. I grew up listening to that story, along with the goodness of my mom taking care of my sister and how she looked after her like her own baby, blah, blah, blah. My dad usually comes late after work, so 2 boys from the neighborhood used to come to my house to sit with my mom and help her in the kitchen. As usual, they came over and started playing cards with my mom and sister. After a few hours, the lights were gone, and it was about 9 at night. Even though they knew about the story of my house, my mom had mentioned to me that they had never shown any signs of fear in their faces or how they act. As a light rushed to the kitchen and started searching for them near the window and the electric heater. Suddenly, like someone was holding onto his hand too tightly, he felt it, and he just shook it off and ran to my mom and said something there in the kitchen. They all got terrified to say the fact that whoever in that house currently were sitting together waiting for the candle in the hallway. I know the fact that I'm living in a house where a person died a very unnatural death. I used to have nightmares in which I used to see my mom being killed or dead as she's being separated from me. I almost wake up every day in the middle of the night crying and goes to my parents' room to sleep. I even used to wet the bed, apparently. This goes on and on. One Saturday morning, my parents, along with my youngest brother, decided to go shopping after my sister left for school. So I was all alone in that house in my room doing my homework. I heard someone. For the first few minutes, I didn't give much attention, as I know that if I give much attention, I will be dead on the spot and being scared and having a panic attack. Next time when I had that feeling, I opened the door of my room and checked directly to the kitchen to make sure if someone was there or not. Oh dear God! What I saw in the spookiest thing I would ever seen or experienced in my entire life. I saw a woman's shadow walking from the kitchen to the work area, which is behind the kitchen. I got chills all over my body and felt like I was glued to my seat. Even though I felt like running away from my house, I suddenly got up from the chair and grabbed my badminton racket from the basket, took it out of the house, took the key from the hanger, and stepped out of the house. I locked myself outside the house and waited in the front area beside the garden for my parents to return from shopping. I said this to my mom, and she said, "It's okay." And she asked me to pray whenever I have such feelings ever again. Then we moved from that place to another one after a few years. Haunted neighborhood. This happened 10 years back when I was in middle school. I had lots of friends of my age from different schools, and on the weekends, I used to wait for all of them to return from school to go for a walk in the woods until 4 in the evening. There were also times when we all would wait for me to return from my extra classes. Our neighborhood gets dark easily once it hits 6 o'clock, so all of our moms have this strict rule to come home by 6. So totally, we have 2 hours with us. Most of my friends, first of all, talk about some random things like their plans for the next weekend and about the girls they like. I am so gay, so I did not find any talks about girls very interesting. Moreover, I felt offended. After all these general talks, we'd go for ghost hunting in the nearby abandoned houses and huts. It gets really spooky when all these crickets start making noises. Normally, I'm the one who gives everybody the strength to walk further. One day, we were all walking along the roadside near the canal. We saw an old woman washing her clothes. On a normal day, at 5:30 in the evening, We've never seen any aged people walking or doing something like in a place like this. We've been doing this for months, so we all know the routes and the nature of the roadways and the woods. The fact that we have not completely explored the place still makes us a little bit annoyed, because we really wanted to finish watching everything that surrounded the woods. The woman didn't acknowledge our presence. She continued what she was doing. One of my friends picked up a stone from the sidewalk and threw it into the canal where she was washing her clothes. It was totally unexpected. We didn't even notice him picking up the stone. God damn! This woman just turned around with a stupid, ugly face that I thought my heart just came out of my chest. For a moment, I could not even believe what I saw, and I couldn't breathe either. I just grabbed one of the hands of my friends and yelled at the rest of them to run as fast and as much as they could. Most of us looked back to see if she was following us, but we could never see her, as she was not there in the first place. We reached my house, went to my room upstairs, drank plenty of water until we were okay. We just looked into everyone's eyes and decided never to talk about it. It happened that literally all of us had nightmares throughout the next week that could relate to the face we saw. We never visited the woods again. Most of them and the college graduates now. When we remember this incident, we have this question in our minds about whether to believe it or to consider it a mere active imagination. But we all didn't imagine the same. Still gives us the chills. I've never had any unexplainable things happen in my house, but this was terrifying. I sleep in the basement of a one-story house out in the country. Never seen or heard anything unexplainable until out of nowhere weird noises could be heard outside our house. About 3 years ago now, the first noises were heard by both me and my mom. We had to let the dog out around 12 at night. We're letting him back in, talking, when we heard a sound that no animal could make. It sounded like a large cat that had its throat slit. It was like a gargling meow. We both immediately started talking and looking outside to see if there was anything just outside, because that's where it sounded like it was coming from. Just beyond where our house's lights could reach, but we saw nothing. It was like something just letting you know it's there, then not doing anything or making another sound. The next incident happened a couple months after, when I was sleeping outside my room. Since I didn't have a bed at the time and the futon couldn't fit through my hallway door, it was late at night. I was watching TV and I heard what I sounded like someone moving around just outside my laundry room. The layout of my basement is pretty open, so from where I was laying, I could see almost everything in the basement except the laundry room and another open area at the bottom of the stairs. So I thought someone might have come down to get something from the fridge or freezer, so I just went back to watching TV. A couple seconds later, I heard someone walking around barefoot, and since the floor is concrete, you can hear it pretty clearly, so I sat up and thought someone was going to turn the corner. But then the walking turned into a full sprint, and that's when it happened. I watched as the footsteps ran past in front of me, but no one was there. They disappeared into the unfinished bathroom and stopped instantly. And when I say instantly, I mean no slow down in the footsteps, just an abrupt stop. My dog is used to sleep in that bathroom, but after that, he wouldn't even come downstairs. Then I had my first and last sleep paralysis episode, where I heard the same footsteps before a pitch-black person on all fours crawled at me and got right in my face before disappearing under the futon. The final incident happened probably 3 or 4 months later, when I was finally back in my room. I was laying in bed when I heard those footsteps again, but it sounded like they were running, aimlessly. After a good minute of this, they stopped in front of my door and it went quiet. but only for a few seconds before my doorknob began to jiggle back and forth. I've never had that sense of dread ever in my life, and I've never been so scared. I ran to my door, grabbed the knob, and sat with my back up against the door and my feet pushed against the walls opposite. I even looked under the door and there was nothing there. I probably sat there for 30 minutes before I got the courage to move, and through those 30 minutes I kept looking under the door. I slept with a steel bar that night. Since then, nothing major's happened, but sometimes when I come back into my room and close the door, I'll turn around and the door will be open again. I've been haunted since before I was even born. This all begins long before I even existed, when we still lived in LA. And number one was roughly 5 years old. Back then, my dad worked nights at a hotel. He had a curly afro, and I had to wear a suit. You need to know this for later. Number one, I was staying up late on the bottom bunk. Number two was fast asleep on the top. My parents' bedroom was further down the hall. The kids' room was closer to the entrance, where my mom was also sleeping. Suddenly, number one looks at the door to see the silhouette of a little girl standing there. She knows number two is asleep on the top bunk. She can't even still hear shuffling and breathing. Before she can even process, the girl walks into the room paralyzed with fear. Number one can't move and decided to put her blanket over her head. She stays there shaking for a while when she finally takes it off. There's nobody in the room. Just her. Number two sleeping above her. Nothing has ever even been touched. At this point, number one is terrified, but she then sees our dad walk up to the door. She can only make out the silhouette, but she knows it's him. From the curly fro and that suit. She starts calling out for him, begging him to come in because she's scared. She just stands there, ignoring her. He steps into the room and starts looking around like he's looking for something, still ignoring number one as she's screaming for him. He stops as if he's realized it's not there, then walk down the hallway towards her parents' bedroom. Number one has a terrible feeling, so she just laid there terrified and eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when she sees her dad, she asks him why she ignored her last night. He asked, "What is she talking about?" And she explains what happened. Our dad instantly starts screaming at our mom, accusing her of cheating because she was out at a hotel all night. Mom didn't cheat. No one was over there. No one was ever there. They didn't mention it again for years. Another pre-me number 6 story. About 4 years after that, number 4 and some cousins were playing outside. Our other cousin, we'll just call her X, was a toddler at the time, blonde, and often had her hair in pigtails. X came outside and insisted they play with her, so they decided to play tag and have her be it. They wound up getting chased in circles around a truck by her for a while. When number 4, at the end of the line, noticed she couldn't hear her anymore, number 4 turns around to see where X is gone. Now scared that she's lost and they'll get in trouble, they all start searching for her everywhere. One of the cousins looked inside the truck, and there in the glass, they see a blonde girl with pigtails staring back at them, but her eyes are black and her face is cracked all over like broken porcelain doll. They all see this and start screaming and running towards the house. They try to explain what happened to the parents when they see X walking down the stairs, having just woken up from her nap. They ask her where she went and how she got upstairs so fast, but the parents told them that she's just been asleep the whole time. 8 years later, when I was 3 years old, we moved to Georgia to a 4-bedroom house that was just built. Nobody had ever lived there before us. It was brand spanking new. I was a very odd kid. Imagine like a baby Wednesday Addams. I would often do things like speak in tongues, talk to things that didn't exist, and sleep for long periods of time. We're talking like 12-plus hour naps. Most interestingly, I used to insist on playing hide-and-go-seek, and I was so good in fact, that sometimes I would be hiding for days on end, and it happened so often nobody even reported me missing. When they'd find me, I'd be hiding in things like closets buried under clothes and such, meaning when I'd do this, I would go days being completely silent, never leaving to even use the bathroom. I don't have any details of these games because I have no memory of ever doing them in the first place. I've just been told about it by my parents and older siblings. However, I do remember the first time I saw her. It was my first day at this new elementary school, and during lunch I sat alone since I didn't yet know anybody. I was staring out through the windows when I saw this little girl outside of them. She looked about my age, 7-ish, had a light pink dress, and no shoes or socks, etc. Her hair was light blonde, and she was really, really pale, except for her eyes. Her eyes were black, and the skin around them was dark. It looked bruised. I stared as she raised her hand and started tapping on the window, staring directly at me. She keeps tapping, and a crack forms under her finger. She keeps tapping, and the window cracking more and more. When it looked like the whole window was about to break, I turned around to see if anyone else was seeing this. Nobody was reacting or even looking that way, and when I turned back, I saw that she was gone. The cracks are almost completely gone, except for the one directly under where her finger was. There, I can still see the first crack, and I watch as it disappears. After that, I saw her everywhere. In every window, mirror, or reflection I passed, she was always there without fail. Not long later, I started really seeing her in the flesh. She'd be with me at school, church, home. I had learned about imaginary friends, and I figured that that was what she was, so I never really mentioned it until 4th grade, when I had made a real-life best friend, and I decided I wanted to tell her about this girl. At the time, we were doing the batteries and bulb experiment, so we had boxes of large batteries and stuff piled up in the center of our table. They were so heavy that they never moved, not even when the bunch of excited 4th graders would run up and hit the tables. I sat my best friend down and began telling her the window story, but as soon as I mentioned the girl, boxes came flying across the table and hit my best friend in the face. Nobody pushed them, they just flew. At that moment, I realized that it probably wasn't safe to share, so I continued to keep it to myself. After that day, I didn't see her often anymore, but I could still feel her. Not feel her like if someone was touching me. It was a feeling I would get every time I saw her, like something was off. My body felt shaky and uneasy. When I started seeing her less, I started feeling her more. I started experiencing sleep paralysis and nightmares every night, varying the levels of fear factor. When I woke up, I was always covered in scratches and bruises. I even woke up with blinds strung around my neck multiple times. Once I dreamed of getting choked and woke up with a handprint around my neck, which I took a picture of. I would wake up with pictures of me sleeping that were impossible for me to take. One time I decided to take a video while I was sleeping so I could see if I was doing it all to myself. In this video, I sit up, smile at the camera, and turn it off. I have no memory of doing that, and I looked so insane it scared me too much to watch again. I shared a room with number 5 and number 7, and they could talk for hours about things I would say in my sleep. I could have entire conversations with you, walk up and down the stairs, and even run faster than I could awake. I even spoke fluently in languages I do not speak. No matter what I was doing, I never remembered it after. The master bedroom of the house had 2 miniature closets. At one end of the room, inside both looked almost like an attic. Unfinished walls with exposed nails. No insulation, no paint, nothing. There was a tiny space between the walls that connected the two. They used the right closet to hold the old Halloween costumes, VHSs, toys. They used the left to hold important files and documents. It was always locked. One day, number 7 thought it was funny to lock me inside the right closet while I was looking for something. While I was trapped, I looked above the door for the first time. There, carved into the wood, were all of my siblings. And I's names, spelled incorrectly and unfinished. It even had some of my favorite cousins and best friends' names, all of which regularly slept over. The writing was scribble, almost childlike. The only name that I didn't recognize was written directly in the middle, spelled perfectly and complete. Evelyn. I knew immediately who wrote this. It was her. I was so focused reading that I stopped struggling to get out. So number 7 opened the door. She saw me staring and I made her come back and look. Make sure I wasn't imagining it. She saw it too. It was there. That was the day I learned her name. Ask Reddit 1. Cryptid. Big footprints found in snow, late 2017. Creatures seen in woods, February 2018. March 2018, April 2018, August 2018, December 2018. Other May 2018, December 2018, February 2019, January 2020, June 2020. Details. At least 6 feet. Brown, black hair, fur, bipedal, humanoid. Friends and I have both seen tall humanoid figures covered in hair and fur walking through the forest, smelled awful things. 2, unknown date 18. I saw 6 to 7 feet light brown furred humanoids crossing the river. Around 3:30 p.m., 3/17/18. It seemed multiple Sasquatches were closing in on us, but left around 3:20 p.m., 3/18/18. It seemed multiple Sasquatches were closing in on us, but again left food sources: deer, turkeys, coons, squirrels, oysters, rabbits, beavers, otters, etc. 3/24/18. Friend sighted crouching black-furred figure, possibly upwards of 11 and a half feet tall, relative to my height, I guess. Roughly 5'6" crouching, according to my friend. 3/24/18. Friend sighted black-furred figure hiding behind tree observing us. Would be about 5'8". 3/25/18. I sighted a black figure running on the other side of the river. 4/3/18. We sighted black walking figures. 4/4/18. Unknown humanoid, and I had to stare down for about a minute. 4/26/18. We observed a black-furred humanoid in the brush. 5/6/18. I found what appeared to be a non-human and non-bear track. 5/26/18. We saw and heard a tree fall over. Beforehand, friend heard a wood knock after I heard movement and a faint noise. 8/17/18. Friend saw a bipedal light brown creature walking. 18/18/18. I got a rock thrown at me. 8/21/18. I got a rock thrown at me. 12/11/18. I heard movement on both sides of the river. Wood snapping on the other side. I briefly communicated with Sasquatch on the other side. 12/22. I saw a bipedal black figure dashing incredibly fast, probably on the other side. Christmas 2018. I heard at least 2 wood knocks, multiple noises that might be Sasquatch. Heard a weird vocalization. 2/2/19. I heard several noises that could be Sasquatch. Movement plus knocks. Might have heard roots being ripped up. 1/23/20. I heard weird vocalizations. Initially thought it was a small group of coyotes, but I heard it again leaving, and it sounded big, bigger than a deer. 6:15:20. I heard big movements that sounded significantly larger than a deer. Could be wrong. Felt like maybe I was being watched. Ask Reddit 2. I've seen Sasquatch. Before anyone asks, it was in Rhode Island. I didn't seriously believe in Sasquatch before I saw one. When I was a kid, I'd read about Bigfoot and think how cool it would be, but I never really bought into it. I was walking in the woods in February 2018, and I saw some big bipedal creature walking through the river. I'd say it was between 6 and 7 feet tall, so I split the difference. We'll say 6'6". I stopped to stare, so I didn't take my phone out to record. Even if I did, my camera quality is absolute dog shit. Let me stress this. It was not a bear. Its arms swung when it walked. The gait was practically identical to the Patterson-Gimlin footage. Since then, I've gone into the woods hundreds of times, with others and alone. One of my friends believes he's also seen Sasquatch in those woods. I think there are at least 3 of them. In all the time I've spent in those woods, I've never had a sighting as clear as the first one. I've had a few quick glances here and there, but I haven't had a good luck. If anyone's interested, I have a document recording, sightings, and other incidents. I know it's hard to believe, and it's even harder to believe being in Rhode Island, but I swear I wholeheartedly believe that there is a humanoid being running around in the area. They're mostly peaceful. I think there are many species like Sasquatch spread worldwide. There's the Yeti, the Yowie, the Yeren, the Almas, etc. I firmly believe they're out there. I will say I don't believe in the typical Yeti. I'm 90% sure about the abominable snowman is just a misidentified animal. I think I remember Yeti being explained as the extinct bear species. Ask Reddit 3. When I chose my dorm building, I knew the place used to be a funeral home, but didn't think too much of it. In my sophomore years of college, my social group was in turmoil, and I was dealing with some familial issues to boot. Sleep was not something I valued yet, and I took up to walking to the local very old graveyard at night. The quiet was nice, and I was avoiding a roommate who was involved in the turmoil. I had top bunk, she had the bottom, and our heads lay away from the desk door area as we slept at night. On her desk was a lamp that turned on by touch. I'd come home, walk by, but not touch the lamp, and go to change into my night clothes at the opposite end of the room. Every night the lamp would turn on. At first, I assumed the roommate was turning her light on. Eventually, it occurred to me that it might be something following me home from the graveyard. Eventually, I stopped wandering and the light stopped turning on at night. I'm not sure if I turned it off as I climbed into bed every night. I don't like the dark, so I probably let it stay on, but the roommate never complained. Come senior year, I moved into my own room on the top floor of that same dorm building. For the first half of the year, all was well. Then I returned to the campus after winter break, and my room started to scare me. At first, it was little things. There was no airflow, yet paintings I'd hung would suddenly fall off the wall. Fine. Thumbtacks weren't the most secure option for securing art to a wall. This happened so frequently that I stopped putting them back up. Then one night, I awoke to the sound of shattering glass in my dorm room. I turned on the light and looked around. My room had a mirror over the sink, a small sealed window, and a box of shot glasses I was using for a design assignment. That's the extent of the glassware in my possession at that time. I scanned them all, and none appeared broken. My shot glasses sat on the top of the closet. The mirror and the window were intact and in place. I turned off the light and went back to sleep. Come morning, I checked the second time before leaving for the day. The shot glasses remained on the top of the closet. I went to class. Later, I returned to my room to find the glasses placed in the center of the floor. The door had been locked all day. I started sleeping with the lights on, calling my boyfriend every night before bed because I was afraid of my room. By this point, I was convinced the room was haunted. But so far, the ghost hadn't done much beyond annoying me out of my sleep. That changed when I awoke to a crash in the middle of the night. I slept on a lofted bed, and I would put my hand-me-down laptop underneath it at night. Instantly alert, I turned on the light. My laptop lay shut in the center of the room on the floor. A piece of plastic from the inside of the laptop lay beside it. My laptop was broken. I was pissed. Not scared anymore, just very done with the whole situation. I couldn't afford another laptop, and that one had the expensive Adobe suite on it. The next day, I taped a piece of paper to the top of my dresser and placed a small golf pencil beside it. Then I told the entity in my room that it was not to communicate with me anymore, unless it was by writing whatever its message was with that pencil on that piece of paper, which means ever again I would have it exorcised. I was very clear that I would call upon a priest, nun, actual exorcist, witch, whatever the heck, I did not care. Whoever I had to call until it was gone from that place forever. Nothing else weird happened during the next couple months that I lived in that room. After graduating, I learned that the president of my college gives an annual lecture regarding the campus hauntings. Art students being separated from the general student body by physical proximity, our workspace being that far from the main campus, and our schedules being that much fuller from the average student, not counting the music majors, we weren't invited. Apparently, that dorm building is known to be haunted by a little girl who died in a fire, so I assumed that's who I was threatening after they broke my laptop. Ask Reddit 4. I used to babysit my younger siblings. There are a total of 7 of us, and my parents clung to the free labor ideals of raising kids, and I'm the oldest. When watching my second youngest brother, Jay, at the time he was 3, he started asking me about the man who lived in our front yard. I freaked out. We lived on a busy road across from a military junkyard, so we frequently would have homeless people pop by looking for food or help. I asked him about it, and he started telling me a story about how an old man would come at night sometimes to show him his cats. At that point, I thought he was just making stuff up. While we had some transients, our house was very secure, and I knew nobody could get in at night. As the days passed, I continued to ask him about the man and talked excitedly about him. A man about my height, 6 feet, who wore a big coat and always had cats for him to pet. Creepy, but kids imagine a lot of stuff. One day, he runs out to me while I'm cooking lunch. "The cat man is back, but he's being weird." I rush to his room, and he hides by the door. There's nothing. There's a look of pure confusion on my little brother's face when I ask him to explain. "He was just here," he says. But he was being really scary. He looked sick, and he wouldn't let the cats come out of his coat. He could see them crawling under his coat and crying and meowing, but he wouldn't let them out, like he usually did. I comforted my brother, and for a while, he didn't play alone in his room. Most nights, he just slept in bed with my parents. From then on, and he didn't really mention it again. Fast forward 4 years, and I have another little brother, 3 years old again, who is now the occupant of the nursery Jay's old room. One day, I'm watching W. Jay was at his friend's for a sleepover. W comes out of the living room where I was reading a book and looks me dead in the eyes and says, "Big brother?" "Who's the cat man?" I froze. "Who?" I asked. "The cat man," he replied, handing me a picture he drew of what looked like a man in a trench coat holding an orange cat. He's 3, not much details. I asked him why he was talking to strangers, and he says, "His kitties are really cute, and he says he knows you." We noped the fuck out of the house that day and spent the afternoon at McDonald's and the play place. Ask Reddit 5. I grew up with a pioneer cemetery right next to my neighborhood. Surprisingly, it wasn't much of an attraction to the majority of kids in the hood for many years. It happened to be in the middle of my house and my childhood best friend, grandmother's house. We would often meet there and were so intrigued with the few small gated sections that held the bodies of very young children who passed between the 18 and early 1900s. Many of the graves still had physical mementos laying outside of them. The most fascinating was a pair of white children's small prairie boots. We would talk to them and often just say hello. It was kind of our weird spiritual thing we just did but never really discussed it or told others about it. Before we were about to be in middle school, the cemetery became a hotspot for delinquent locals to vandalize to the point of bones being dug up and any memento, like the white boots, were stolen. A local group band together and over a few-year period slowly rebuilt and flagged completely demolished gravestones and burial sites, and it appears the cemetery has been relatively respected and intact since then. Flash forward almost 20 years, and I live back in my hometown with my 11-year-old daughter, and have driven by the cemetery for years, but have not stopped. We are going quarantine crazy, so I decided to take her to the cemetery for a little history, spiritual and etiquette lesson for respecting the sacredness of where our bodies get laid to rest. We enter the cemetery and make our way up to the small gated section with a few children's graves. I tell my daughter how it used to be my favorite area to visit and say hello. We stand there reading the names and ages of the 3 children, and the daughter's half-serious, half-joking asks me, "Do you think we can go inside the gate? I bet they are ready to play." Just as I started to tell her, "No, we want to respect and try not to walk on where the bodies were laid to rest." The gate, which was completely shut and latched, and it was shockingly 0 wind day in a town that often gets 80-mile-an-hour wind during the summer, swings completely open. My daughter and I were clearly a little spooked, but I tried to rationalize this event and we kept on moving through the cemetery. About 3 minutes later, my daughter shouts, "Oh my gosh, there's a baby deer laying at that infant's grave." It was literally 10 feet from us. It stood up and never shifted focus. The rest of the time we walked around the cemetery. It walked about 15 feet away, but right alongside of us. I started to get a little mama bear nervous, so I decided that we would wrap up the tour. We followed the same path we took up, down because there were a lot of areas with just flags to mark where people were laid to rest. The deer continued to follow, and as we passed the gated section that had flown open earlier, I decided to test and see how that logically could have happened. That gate was wrought iron, rock solid, and completely intact. Even me, swinging it with full force, did not open it as wide as it had flown open earlier. As I was doing this, the deer came up with 5 feet of my daughter, and I just stood on the other side of the gate. It was one of the most beautiful and odd encounters I'd ever experienced. I'm pretty spiritually in tune, I often feel things, not see them, and to have my daughter with me during this experience was very special. I think I used to live in a haunted house. Growing up, I always had to move from one place to another. There was this apartment in particular that terrified me. I was about 7 or 8 when weird stuff started happening. Basically, things would go missing. Things would get moved. You'd hear footsteps in the hallways. Once my dad heard someone small running. He thought it was my sister and called her, but no one answered. When he came to check on me and my sister, he found both of us fast asleep, and we had always shared a room. One time, my mom baked a cake at night. I don't know why she decided to bake at night, but she did. At night, we heard muffled chewing sounds. It wasn't my parents. They had gone to sleep hours before that. Their room was in front of mine, and I would have seen them coming out. The next day, we found half of the cake gone. Another time, my dad bought a GPS. He was very happy with it and put it on the table. The next day, it was gone. Me and my sister didn't touch it because my dad was very strict and we used to be scared of what would happen if we touched it. My mom was home all day, but she's a busy woman and couldn't care less about a GPS. It was gone for a week. Then one day my dad called my mom asking her where she found the GPS, and it was right where he had left it. This freaks me out the most. I had a saint. A paper with a saint on it. We call it a saint here. No matter how many times I get rid of the saint, it always comes back. I ripped it apart so many times, I shredded it, and it always returns to my desk. I no longer live in that house, but every time I walk by it, I get this feeling of dread. I'm starting to believe since working in a museum's collections department. Howdy, board. As with many, I've always been into the paranormal, but never really believed in any of it. I've sought out ways of experiencing paranormal things, but any time I've had something, I've had a way of dismissing it and could chalk it up to just a weird occurrence. After a year ago, though, I switched roles in the museum I work at. I've been here for about 5 years, and some weird things have happened. But again, you can rule out most of the weird coincidences. But when I moved into the collections department, we're the people who take care of the objects and artifacts in the museum's possession and on loans. Things got weird, really fast. Everyone talks about museums being haunted, and it's understandable. We house and care for lots of really old, sometimes creepy objects, and many of them have storied pasts, and collections are roughly 200,000 pieces, and we have some doozies. To make it short, I've been seeing shadows, hearing my name, and having lights turn on and off when I'm alone. Our storage is split into 3 areas. The upstairs mezzanine is home to our toy and puppet collections. Downstairs has 3 connected areas split in 2 rooms, textiles by itself, and American materials and ethnographic world objects in the main area. And the 3rd area is in a separate part of the museum, split into 2 itself, and houses larger objects and natural sciences. The most convincing evidence I've experienced for the existence of paranormal activity happened about a month ago, and it's really stuck with me. To set the scene, I was in our textiles room, lower level storage, in a room off the main area with the world objects. Returning some clothing we had shown on tour. To briefly explain the storage setup, you come down the stairs and you can go left into the world objects or right and take a turn into American materials. However, the stairs are the only thing separating the areas, so the stairwell is more like a donut hole than anything. Turning left into world objects and immediately taking another left will let you walk perpendicular to the aisles of world objects and brings you to the right side of the American materials. On that right wall, looking into the American materials, is the door into textiles. It's normal practice like this with most places to only have lights on in an area where you were working. So I had lights on at the base of the stairwell, the very front of the world objects, and that illuminated enough of my path into the textiles room. Up until now, I had lights turned off. Doors slam, heard my name, and had objects move. Basically things, but stuff I could ignore, look past, or maybe explain away. I went down the stairs into the area and was immediately overcome with panic and anxiety. The room was cold, and there was just bad energy. I turned around, sat in my office for a couple minutes thinking I was just having a panic attack and cooling off, and decided to just ignore it. I went back down, hit the lights, beelined it to the textiles room, and started putting things back into place. I felt like I was being watched the entire time I walked through the lower level, but I didn't think about it and figured it was just paranoia, but I couldn't shake this gut feeling. Then I left the room, and that's when it got bad. I opened the door, and I can see all the way across American materials. The last shelving unit on the far wall from me is where we keep items from a famously deceased child. The family donated all of their belongings after their passing. There weren't any lights on in that area, but I could see someone. It looked like a fully grown man, probably around 6 feet tall, and the shape was hulking. But they were darker than dark. They were darker than the shadows of the room. I'm telling you guys, with my oath on whatever you want, that I could see this person was darker than an unlit wall, and it sprinted. I mean absolutely fast, as fast as I've ever seen anyone run into the closest wall. Not at me, not to scare me, but sprinted to it, right, which was only about 10 feet away from it into a cement wall. This all took place in about 5 seconds, and I just ignored it. I just quick walked out of the storage, flipped the lights, and hauled it up the stairs. I got about halfway up when the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up, and I heard someone say my name, and the doorknob at the base of the stairs started to turn. I didn't even stop to listen. I'm sure there's a way of explaining it. Again, I very much could have just had a panic attack and the anxiety went away just about as soon as I walked back up the stairs the first time. Since then, things have gotten stranger with objects moving in front of me and other people in the department or doors closing in front of us. Like I said, things have happened since I've been here, and there are plenty of stories of before I was in the apartment or at the museum. But this thing, a month ago, was just different. I'm only writing this now because last night I had a dream where a ghost or something was holding my mouth closed and pushing on my back. And when I woke up, it was happening too. I feel like things are just getting weirder and weirder with me, and I've been looking into shadow people or other sorts of weird apparitions. I doubt this gets much traction, but if anyone wants to chip in on the ideas as to what this might be or how to explain it, I'd love to hear any of your thoughts. I met a ghost and didn't even know it, and I can't tell anyone about it. So around 11 years ago, I was a telecoms engineer. The normal day went to a few residential houses either fitted or fixed phone lines. Everything was no different from any other day, but then I downloaded my next job. I got a 20-line installation. Now, this is not the norm for the role I had, as these tasks usually went to other teams. No issues. I thought it would be nice to be somewhere for longer than an hour or two, then here, there, everywhere. I called the contact. It's a contact center who tells me that either the caretaker or manager of the building is aware and will explain what is required. So I arrived. And it's a really old building, built in the 1920s, I later found out. I make my way in tester and tool bags, as is the norm. And after speaking with the receptionist, I discovered that the building was at one point a nursing home, and after being derelict for a few years, it's now being used as offices for various businesses. As promised, 2 managers arrive, tell me that they think what I'm looking for is in the cellar, as there's a lot of cables down there, and that's all they know. So I asked if the caretaker is about, as they usually know these types of things. I was told he wasn't, as he was ill, but due back the next day. I follow this man and woman to a number padlocked door. They open it up, tell me code, and on the other side of the door is a stairwell that just leads down to the cellar. So as we get down there, the light is poor, like really poor. I have no chance of working like this. I mean, there were lights, yes, but you're talking dependent lights that weren't great. Understanding this, the woman tells me that they have hanging lights, so no issues. I go back to the van, grab an extension, and head toward the cellar. So as I'm passing the receptionist, she just asked, "Are you going to be in the cellar on your own?" So I just replied, "Yeah, sometimes you have to. But if what I'm looking for isn't there, I won't be for long." She laughed, but told me, "Rather you than me. Nobody likes it going down there, even for storage space." Now, I'll be honest, I just thought people don't like stairs to a dark place. No worries, but not something I'm unfamiliar with. So it just needs to get done. After a quick look around with the make manager, we find a socket. I sort the lights and yep, there's the DP I'm looking for, but it's an old solder block, no good for broadband. So I let him know that this is going to take a bit longer, and this is even before knowing there are 20 more lines to go. He just agrees and shows me where the office fitters have left the cables for the clients, which to my relief, if in the cupboard behind the receptionist. So all set knowing what I know, I crack on. So I'm testing all the lines, and it's going, well, I've gone more than half to the cabinet, and maybe a few shy. But I know the area, and know from there I can get them through, as it's got 200 pair cables that run through it. At this point, it's around 4 o'clock. I don't have the blocks I need on the van, so I tag up the cables and turn off all the lights on my way out before closing and locking the door. I sign out and tell the girl at the desk, I'll see her tomorrow, and leave. On my way home, I call my manager and tell them the script and that I may need a hand for half a day or more, as I'm not even sure anything has been done in the exchange. The next day, 8 a.m., I get a call from one of the other lads who tells me he is with me all day, and that's all he knows. We sort out a roll. Each I'll push the pairs from the box to the cab. You do the cab and exchange if needed, and then it's just a case of fitting the box and running a large internal cable from the box to behind the receptionist. I make my way into the building once again, open the door with the code, and to my surprise, all the lights are on. Now I'm 100% sore. I turn them off. So I'm guessing one of the managers may have come to check if I was still there and left them on by mistake. I go down and do what I need to do and leave to push through the cables outside, call my mate, and he's getting them one by one, so it's going well. I finish up and head back to fit the block. So I grab the blocks, drill all the bits, set marks for pilot holes, and just hear, "What are you doing?" After nearly jumping out of my skin, I turn and see this man with gray overalls on. So I say, "I'm just doing what's been asked. Are you the caretaker?" He replies that he says that nobody has been down here for years and surprised that I'm there. So I just cracked on, done and drilling. And then as soon as I'd stopped with the drill and it was quieter, this guy just started chatting away. "What football team do you support? Do you mind if I watch what you're doing?" I told him no worries and just tried to be as polite as I could. He then told me that his name was Gordon and he had been working there for over 30 years. A bit confused, recalling what the receptionist had said, I told him I was under the impression that this place had been empty for a few years, and looking at the cabling, it's not been updated for at least 15 or 20. He just said that the things are always happening here. After about an hour, back and forth, while I'm working, I hear a hello from the top of the stairwell. Expecting Gordon to answer, I didn't. Then it came again, so I turned around. Gordon is gone now. I'm thinking, I've been waffling for 10 minutes and he's not even here. I pop up and it's one of the managers asking if I'm expecting somebody, another engineer. So I apologize again. The phone signal isn't very good down there, so he probably hasn't been able to get a hold of me. All cleared. He comes down. We chat for 5. He tells me that he'll start at the receptionist end and work with me while I finish. A quick toilet break, and I go back down. I'm in the final stages now. I'm just putting phone numbers to pairs. As for when my mates get there, we can connect, the test, and go. As I'm doing this, I hear, "Sorry about that." Again, out of nowhere, it's Gordon. So I just acknowledge it. Call him clever and make a joke that if they can't find you, they can't ask you to do anything. I continue for 5 minutes and I've done all I can. So I tell him I'm just heading up to assist my mate. And we'll be done soon and be out of the way. Gordon then told me that he liked the company and it's been nice to talk. I felt saddened at this point, thinking he was maybe treated poorly by people in the building. So I just said, of course, mate costs nothing to be nice and have a chat. So I go up the stairs, leaving Gordon down there and help get the cable through a void into the cellar. 10 to 20 minutes of trying to fish it through and we've got it. We go down. Gordon is not around and we finish. My mates tell me it's time for food and he'll go to Chippy Ann's, meet me in the backyard as I tell him. I just need a few signatures and make sure that the lights go back so I get my extension lead. I get what I need from the manager's signatures and show him where the link is behind the reception. I inform him that I need to get my extension lead. So are the lights okay there for now? Or does he want me to move them as we go? There's good light. He states that they might as well stay on for now, and he'll find another lead in case somebody else or anybody else needs to go down there. I head down and start unplugging the lights, and Gordon appears again, telling me he didn't realize the lights were mine, as he wouldn't have touched them. Straight away I thought, so that's why they were on this morning. But then it dawned, the door. It was locked. I asked him if he had come down yesterday evening, and he said, yes, of course. I'm always here. It's where I'm needed. Confused and wanting to disappear, I said, no worries. Nice to meet you. I placed my hand and put to shake, and he just raised his hand and said, hope to see you soon. So I left, signed out, thought nothing of it. Then a week goes by and I get a call from our control asking if I can return to this address as one of the lines isn't working and it's high level. So I say, yep, no worries. I get there, say hello again to the receptionist. I asked if I could just check behind her first before having to go into the cellar. With some joy, it is there. It's just not a bit properly. As I'm sorting an older guy, he asks me if I was the one who was here last week. I said yes. He apologized and stated that he was the caretaker and had to take more days off than planned. I just told him, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'm sure Gordon will tell you where everything is." As soon as I said this, he just looked me dead in the eyes and said, "What did you just say?" So I said, "Gordon, he told me he's the caretaker here." This guy went white and just asked me if he could talk outside, so I followed. He simply asked me if I believed in ghosts, then told me that before this, it was what it is today. It was a nursing home, and the old caretaker was a man called Gordon. He knew this, as when the building was taken over, he found an old desk with to-do lists, letters, and requests for a Gordon, and there was a sign on the door which said caretaker, and where this desk was, that door led to the cellar. I immediately rubbished this and started laughing, thinking him and his mate were pulling my leg. He then asked me if he was wearing overalls, which I replied he was. He just looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Listen, mate, I'm not lying. Gordon passed away years ago, supposedly on the job. I just thought you should know, as it's not something that's considered funny. Telling me he has been mocked as he has been seeing Gordon, but people just have never believed him. I never said a thing to anybody beyond that until one night fishing with a friend. And it's just like he said. He thought I was taking the piss. I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. I don't tell this to anybody as it's not worth the ridicule, hence why I'm using a throwaway account. Ghosts or spirits, they're real." Object disturbed in locked bedroom while spouse and I were sleeping. Backstory is long, but it takes a lot to explain the whole situation and rule out some fairly obvious potential causes. My daughter gave my wife a granular wax candle kit for Christmas. You pour the granules in any appropriate container, put one of the supplied wicks down in the granules, and you have a candle. Optionally, add essential oils as a scent, and it just soaks into the granules. It was a very thoughtful gift. My wife loves it, and I've grown to like it too. Because of how it looks after the wick is melted, the granules as it burns and creates a well like any candle does. But having the rest of it still be those loose granules, I think is neat. Then when the wick is completely burned, you can lift the solidified wax out and either crush it, put it back in the mix, or get rid of it, so you'll only have the tiny granules next time. We set it up in a thick-walled, fairly large but short square glass on a shelf near a bedroom door. My wife goes to bed before me most nights and likes the candle lit. I blow it out when I come to bed, very gently, because I want to retain that look of the deep well of the granules as long as the wick will last. And I'm so careful to keep that look that I take pains to not disturb the granules next time I light it. We have a cat that is not allowed in the bedroom at night, or even if we can help it. Her litter box is in the basement, so we leave the door from down there to the main floor living space propped open. The basement has an exterior door and some windows, so someone could break in and would have no other locks between them and our main space, so I also put a doorknob bar in place against our bedroom door when I go to bed. Then at least someone would have to expend a fair amount of effort to make some noise to get in, rather than just jimmying one of those useless indoor locks. All this happened as normal last night. I gently blew out the candle, disturbing nothing except the flame, locked the doorknob, put the bar in place, and went to bed. This morning I found the candle completely stirred about. The solidified wax was partially crushed, granules piled up in random spots and in the corners of the glass, like someone just played around in it for a minute. None of the granules spilled, and the candle itself not moved. My wife admitted getting up to get a drink and take an Advil, but that is a common occurrence. She would have no reason to disturb the candle. She says she did not, and she relocked and rebarred the door. I do not remember getting up during the night, and I usually do not. We discussed sleepwalking, but neither of us have done it in decades that we know of. We have seen no evidence of any other animals, nothing else disturbed, nothing chewed up, no droppings, no noise sufficient to wake us. I'm pretty messed up by the fact that this is the only thing I can find being disturbed. And how much I enjoyed the look of the candle makes it feel like it was somehow personal, or at least a thing that I would maybe take more notice of. So obviously, a camera is going up, and we'll see what I get. Neither of us like the idea of a camera in the bedroom, but I'm not going to cloud connect it. And I intend to find out early in the movie if I'm living in The Conjuring. I know it's possible my wife is messing with and gaslighting me, but I really don't have any reason to think that's it. We get along great, we're happy, life is fairly stress-free considering there's no real reason for that to be happening. In any case, if that's it, the camera will stop it unless or until they can find another thing to mess with that's not being monitored. Then I'll monitor that, and so on. A dream that didn't feel like a dream. This happened about 1.5 years ago, and I still think about it constantly. For context, we had to put my dog down in December 2020. I wasn't too broken up about it. I was sad, but I knew it was coming, and I knew it was the best option for her. She was old and in pain. I also had chronic nightmares since elementary, but they stopped around late 2018 when I went on to medication. With that said, I was mostly fine about it until the next year. I can't remember exactly when I had this dream, but I think it was somewhere around September 2021. The dream started off normal. I was walking through the woods behind my house, like I always used to do back then. I took the usual route toward a rope swing I like to go to, but stopped about 2/5 of the way there when I saw an extra trail that I didn't remember being there. It was small and beaten down, like someone had just walked through the plants and grass instead of actually clearing it. I got curious and turned to walk down the trail. I walked maybe 6 feet before stopping. The trail was only about 20 feet long, and at the end of it was my dog. She was covered in mud, and her fur was matted. She almost looked bloody, but it was hard to tell with all the dirt mixed in. It looked like she had been buried or something, which didn't make sense, because she was cremated. The most disturbing part was the fact that she was just standing, though. She didn't even acknowledge me when I walked up, nor did she seem to notice anything else. It was like she wasn't even conscious, but she was. I panicked and sprinted back to my house, walked in my back door and into the kitchen. The room with our back door and our kitchen are connected with an open doorway. I was standing there trying to figure out what to do when I turned around to see my dog walking through the open back door and into the kitchen with me. Again, She didn't look like she was conscious. No thought behind anything. If my dream had ended there, I would have thought it was just a nightmare. But then my mom walked into the living room and saw me, then looked down to see my dog, just standing there. She seemed shocked and terrified. I asked her what was going on, and she looked at me, still terrified. I'll never forget the way she said the words. This wasn't supposed to happen. I genuinely don't know how to say this without seeming like I'm playing it up or something, but this dream just didn't feel like a dream. Like I said in the context, I used to have chronic nightmares and really disturbing ones too. I know what they feel like. This did not feel like those nightmares. This felt like something I wasn't supposed to see. It felt like those experiences people talk about, where their dead pets visit them in their dreams and reunite with their owners. But wrong. It was just all wrong. Again, I can't describe to you the feeling I had and still have from this. I truly believe this wasn't a dream. I'm not sure what it was, but it wasn't a dream. "3 a.m., pipe smoke, and other misadventures." Afternoon all, I've been wanting to share some odd happenings that I've experienced for a while, and this sub seemed like a perfect place to do it. Around a year ago or so, I was in the toilet, going about my business at around 3 to 3:30 in the morning, when a weird smell filled the room. It smelt like old wool, smoke, and had some kind of sweet tinge to it, if that makes sense. It lasted about 20 seconds or so and then went away. The next morning, I told my mom about my experience. She had been telling me stories of how she had smelled phantom pipe smoke from time to time for years now, and I wondered if what I smelt was pipe smoke too. After describing the odor that I had caught a whiff of to her, she confirmed my suspicions. Now for the interesting bit. My mom thinks that the pipe smoke might have belonged to my great-grandpa. He always used to smoke from a pipe. Sadly, I never got to meet him, as he passed away decades before I was born. There could be a rational explanation to this. Perhaps the previous owner of the house smoked a pipe as well, and left some residue from the smoke in the walls or something. I had my experience, however. I'd been living in this house for around 9 years, and I'd never smelled anything like it before. A few months after this first encounter, it actually happened again. I was in the bathroom at an ungodly hour and caught a whiff of smoke again, although this time it was only for a split second. I haven't smelt it since, however, but my mom continues to smell it quite often. Her last experience was only a couple of weeks ago. Now, I'm aware that this might not be the most exciting story on this sub, but this event has really stuck with me and is the only proper paranormal experience I've had. Thanks for reading this ramble. Have a good one. Experience I've had at 7, and then again at 20. I'm now 36. I'm married. I live in another state. We've been together for 10 years, and I've had a dog for 9 of those 10 years. When this last experience happened to me, I was around 19 or 20 years old and living with my parents. It was our second house, and we had lived in as a family. It was only a few years after we moved in that I experienced this. I'm not religious or somebody who believes in afterlife, but also I acknowledge phenomenon that we can't explain. and energy that surrounds us. The first time I remember experiencing anything strange or paranormal, I was about 7 years old. At the time, I had really bad asthma, so we thought it actually turned out to be mold or asbestos in the school I was at. I was on a bunch of medications as I stopped breathing a few times from my condition. Since leaving that school, I was never diagnosed with asthma or on any medication whatsoever. Our first house was my parents' first house they purchased when I was born. They bought it from a couple who was going through a divorce. It was a one-level, and my bedroom was diagonal across from my parents' room. All of a sudden, one night after my mom would put me to bed, she would leave my door slightly open so I was able to see in the hall and my parents' bedroom. I would be laying in the bed looking into their room, and within moments the pitch black room would start changing to all different colors rapidly. And then they would settle, and from it the figure or outline of a man in all black. I couldn't see facial features or clothes. I just knew it was a man, and all black would form from these colors and start slowly walking toward the threshold of my room. The first time this happened, I freaked out and was screaming for my parents. They would come and nothing would be there. This went on for about a year. The most I ever watched was one time I didn't look away as the figure actually stepped into my room, but then got so scared I would go under the covers and face my wall. I slept like that for a year until my mom took me to some woman I don't know if she was a medium or psychologist, or she just had me draw the figure on a piece of paper in jail and put in a shoebox in my room and keep it there. Shortly after being out of that school and doing that, all of these things stopped happening to me, and I ended up being in that room and house another 7 years until we moved. Never had another experience after that I had even really thought about that year again, my whole life growing up until I was 19 again. We had just recently moved to another home, once again, bought from a couple who had divorced. This house always had a cold, weird feeling to it. So one night I was out with my friends just getting food. We weren't drinking or anything of that nature, just a low-key night. I remember I came home around 10 p.m. and went upstairs to my bedroom. My room was on the second floor, and in the middle of the floor, my siblings' rooms were on either side of mine, and the master bathroom and bedroom at the end of the hall. I remember I came home, played some video games for a bit, and then shut the lights off and laid down to go to sleep. It was a tiny room and my bed was parallel to the door. I remember I fell asleep, fast and hard. I don't remember the time or why even, but eventually I wake up facing the door. Slowly my eyes are adjusting to the darkness and I see a figure standing in front of my closed door. I rub my eyes some more and see a tall black figure in what I can only describe as generic striped prison clothes. Standing there, I instantly shot up in the bed and go to scream. And all in that split second, the figure rushed toward me, put its hands around my throat, and choked me. I can't scream, can't make a sound. I instantly wake up. And I'm laying in the bed facing the door, and the room is completely empty. At this point, I'm kind of shook up. I go down the hall to the bathroom to splash water on my face, and I notice a handprint around my throat that does not match to mine. I don't know what to believe or think at this point. It was strange because I was shaken up, but not enough that kept me up all night. I didn't know what just happened or how to explain it, but I told myself it was just a bad dream and went back to my room and went back to sleep. I never told anyone this before, and nothing like this has ever happened to me since then. I've moved a bunch of times in my life. I collect antiques and vintage items. I love horror films and anything paranormal or ghost hunting related, and still don't practice any spiritual or religious beliefs. I've been lurking on this sub for years and others about ghosts and paranormal. Reading other people's stories and learning more and more about paranormal, it's something that has always interested me. I don't consider myself somebody who spooks easily. I've felt that at this point in my life, I would like to share these experiences on here and hear what people have to say or their opinions on what all that could have been. To this day, I personally never have come to a conclusion on what all that was. I always chalked up what happened to me when I was 7 was a combination of medicines I was taking and the mold, asbestos I was inhaling while in that school. And then the event later in life, I ruled out as sleep paralysis. Someone told me to post this here, so... Lately I've been having dreams of a girl with pale skin, black hair, either a censored face or fully black eyes, and she wears an 1800s little girl dress. Lately, she's been accompanied by a tall, skinny man. No talking, just breathing with his eyes wide open, with ripped and dirty clothes. She always in my dreams, and she looks to be around 8 or 10 years old. She helps me in my dreams to enter and exit places, and she's like my friend. She doesn't talk, but she always whispers goodbye to me right before I wake up. I hear her whistle at night, usually around 3:55 a.m. My parents told me no one passed away in our house, but I'm not sure if that. Stuff will fall off of the shelves, even if they weren't close to the edge. Doors will close when we don't look, and something is always touching my head like a mother. I feel a presence is staring at me when I wake up at or around 3 a.m. Not a bad presence, but a presence of a little kid, or sometimes the presence of a mother. I am haunted. Maybe. Am I overreacting over dreams? Possibly. Is my house haunted? Maybe not. But I feel that that same little girl in every single one of my dreams is not just a coincidence. Also the man, which I think is the girl's father, whispered something instead of breathing heavily. He said, "Keep quiet." Which is why I didn't go into description about him or the dreams he's in. Entity asked to be followed after visiting during sleep paralysis. I went to bed at 9 p.m. last night, about 2 to 3 hours early for me. Since I'd missed a bunch of sleep the night before and wanted to recover some of the lost sleep, I woke up at 1:30 a.m. and went to the bathroom. At this point, nothing was out of the ordinary. I returned to my bed and fell asleep. This is where the story becomes paranormal. I didn't quite feel like I was fully awake, but was conscious again. It felt similar to sleep paralysis that I've experienced before, but not the exact same, since I felt much more aware of being awake and conscious this time. I felt a presence right outside of my home in my driveway. For reference, I live in a 2-story home, and my bedroom is on the 2nd floor, street side, right above the main door. And it began approaching. The more it approached, the more I began slightly shivering. I clearly heard the top lock of my front door slide and click open, although the door itself made no sound of being opened. It was as if the entity I sensed was making sure I knew it was not a human intruder. I felt it continue to approach and climb the stairs, until it was outside my closed door and I could hear the floorboards creaking. perhaps a creak every few seconds. Far more than normal. It went into the bathroom right next to my room, and I heard the bathroom fan turn on. At this point, I could feel the presence was immensely strong, and I was shivering more and more. I felt the presence enter my room through the door and began approaching my bed, till it was right beside my bed with my back facing towards it. I sleep with 4 pillows, and I felt and heard it take the pillow behind me and gently toss it against the wall I was facing. The pillow slid slowly, gently down the wall, almost as if the entity possessed the pillow. I could feel the presence around my head as this happened, so strong that I couldn't move anything, and my jaw went slack. My shivering became an intense vibrating and shaking. I could feel reverberating so strongly within my skull, like the crescendo of the experience itself. Next, I felt the presence exit my room, and I could tell I was no longer under any sort of sleep paralysis, and I could move freely. The bathroom fan was also no longer on, though I couldn't tell at which point it had been turned off. I still felt the presence waiting in the hall outside my door, and I had a very strong impression that it wanted me to follow it, to show me something. I was torn between being curious and fear. I didn't move for a few moments, but somehow felt as if this presence wasn't malicious, so my nerves settled a bit. I continued to hear the floorboards creaking a lot in the hall and grabbed my phone. It was 3:45 a.m. when I checked. After a few minutes, the presence continued to wait. So I said out loud, "I know you want me to follow you, but I'm too scared." Holy fuck. I got an immediate notification on my iPhone telling me to close my move ring for the day. Started shaking more intensely again, but not near the level of the crescendo. I stayed put and began writing all of this down in the Notes app, while the presence continued to wait. It gradually started to fade, and by 4:05 a.m., I was no longer certain whether or not it was there. I texted my family group chat at 4:11 a.m., saying that I had just had intense sleep paralysis. My mom instantly texted back, asking me if I was okay. She told me later that she had just woken up a few minutes prior. She came to my room, we spoke, and I explained my experience to her. But that was all the paranormal activity for the night. Additional context. I had a lot of sleep paralysis as a kid, mostly around the age of 8 to 12. This was a recurring malicious entity that would come into my home uninvited and instill fear in me. I eventually became braver and even furious at the entity, and would immediately try to run at it full force, attack it, and cast it out whenever it visited. This decreased the frequency of the dream until it only happened maybe once or twice ever again. I felt a loving entity once before, in a church as a child, a similar feeling of presence, except this was so immensely full of love, hope, and positive emotion, nothing like I've ever felt before or since. I believe it was the Holy Spirit, maybe an angel, but I know angels were often described as frightening in the Bible. My brother saw a ghost in our friend's house, located in the countryside as a kid. He believed in the paranormal ever since this. On my mom's side, she and all of her siblings had lots of sleep paralysis as children. She also woke up screaming after feeling a cold hand touch her while sleeping when her siblings were playing with a Ouija, and the Ouija said, "Touch Anan's mom." She has felt a few presences during sleep paralysis come in our house in the past several years, but she commanded them to leave in Jesus' name and has not had such a dream in a while. Some people on my mother's side of the family were tortured spiritually. I won't get into details, but some of it is pretty dark and abusive. I've heard of these sorts of things can be generational. My father had never experienced sleep paralysis, but had one spiritual encounter in his life. She could really see him. We've all heard that children and animals can see things that we can't. They're more sensitive to the paranormal or the supernatural side of things. I didn't really believe this at first until my own kids were born. They've all had their own experiences, but this one is about my youngest daughter. I will call her Bella. My father-in-law was one of those people who begged for grandchildren. Every family get-together, it was always, "When you are all going to give me grandbabies." Well, it happened, and he was a phenomenal grandfather. He was never too tired to play, no mess was too big, and he never said no. But life happened, and sadly he passed from a heart attack. My girls were 2 years old, and Bella was just 8 months old. It shattered us, even me, because he'd been in my life since I was 14. He was a second dad to me. It hit my 2-year-old pretty hard, but Bella, I thought was too young to understand, obviously. Fast forward to Bella being a little over a year old. Every time I'd hold her, she'd look off into corners, walls, where nothing was, and smile, wave. I just thought she was being a baby doing weird things, but then she learned to talk. This was where it gets eerie. I'd hear her talking to herself when her sister would be nowhere. I listened one day and heard, "I know you miss Rowdy Pawpaw, but Nana's taking care of him." Rowdy was his pet Shih Tzu. I walked in to ask her who she was talking to. She replied, "Pawpaw Troy. He misses Rowdy. Oh, and he said, tell Nana, happy anniversary." I knew she was trying to say anniversary, but her anniversary was the next day. My mouth dropped. She didn't know that. She was too little. Over the years, Bella would talk about him working in the coal mines, the machines he worked on, his friends and their families. Things she was not told about. Then another big incident where we were all freaked out. He wore a set of dog tags that he never took off. When my mother-in-law boxed up all of his stuff, she misplaced them. She was so distraught over it. She babysat my girls one day and called me crying. Bella found his tags. I was so confused. She explained that she was walking my girls around outside, and her wedding rings on her finger started to feel like it was burning or tingling. She ignored this, but Bella said, "Pawpaw is trying to tell you his tags fell into the vent in your bedroom." There were even times when she was talking to him when you could smell his cologne, almost hear him. She went inside to look, and there they were. Bella is 6 now, barely remembers these things, but I think it's obvious that she could see her pawpaw. Shadow Man experience. I've come here because the people in my life who I've told either think I'm crazy, don't want to hear it, or are just skeptical. I can't say I blame them. Even for believers, it's hard to believe. But I promise that these events are true and my genuine experience. This happened about 2 years ago. I feel now like I have to talk about it, maybe from the trauma of what I experienced or something. It was just so much. This experience truly begins after my mom had passed. I was truly depressed. I had been depressed before, but this was rock bottom depression, like do or die type of depression. It was rough. I realized something wasn't quite right with me though. Everyone else was recovering from their grief and I wasn't. If anything, I was getting worse. So I did what any normal person would do. I Googled it. I surprisingly ended up on a page about spirits and how they attach to you and they'll bring your mood down. I was intrigued. I actually found a prayer to cast anything off of me. I'll admit I was skeptical, but I decided, why not? It couldn't do any harm. So I said the prayer, and I felt an entire truckload of suffocating weight lift from my shoulders. Instantly, I didn't feel depressed anymore. I thought that was the end of that. I was so very wrong. It started off with me seeing something dark bolt by in the corner of my vision, then a silhouette of a shadow man on my door and by my bedside at night. I was too old to be afraid of the dark, I told myself. Naive. It came to a peak when I woke up from a bad dream one night and saw this thing creeping up the wall toward my ceiling from the front of the window, filling me with an intense feeling of dread. I immediately turned on my TV light. I was safe, right? Wrong again. Next thing I know, I was energetically knocked out. All I could see was white. I had a kind of vision or dream. It reminded me of my mom's death, which was ruled as a suicide. This vision made me rethink it. Maybe my family was right to believe it was a murder. When I came to, I realized this thing was choking me, like full on, had slight marks around my neck in the morning choking me. Then it disappeared. In the morning, I did the only logical thing I could do. I packed my bags and stayed at a friend's house for a week. That was the best decision I've ever made. I got into healing crystal bracelets and how to use them for protection. Energetically, I felt refreshed. So I returned home. The first thing I saw upon entering my room was a white and black orb fighting each other. The bracelets were a game changer, though. It seems like the Shadow Man couldn't get me as long as I wore them. I also adopted the habit of sleeping with the Bible. I started regularly saying prayers to cleanse my room and self, but every time I kicked it out, it would come back a few months later, really angry. I have to say, I slipped up a few times, didn't wear my bracelets, and got attacked. I woke up from nightmares and had scratches on my back. It followed me to a friend's house and attacked me right in front of them. But it all ended one specific night. It had returned and I saw it again, in full this time. A black shadow figure with bright glowing yellow eyes. It tried to attack me as I laid with my bracelets on the Bible against my chest. When it did, I had a vision of pages from the Bible flipping in my mind. Then it was over for good. I actually recall some verses after and Googled them. They were accurate. I'd left some details out. I just didn't know how to add them. This was an entire year-long experience. I saw the ghost of my mom about a month after she died. Or I've wondered if it was just the Shadow Man was playing a trick on me. She was dressed in very old-timey clothes, but the spirit was black with gray mist around her. It also wasn't rare to hear something knock on my dresser 3 times before and after this. I'll be honest, I probably need therapy just from this experience. I can't exactly do that though, considering the nature of it. I think I just needed to vent. While I'm okay now and everything is great, this experience still deeply bothers me looking back. I think it was that just the fact that I never feel safe. Now that I know for sure what's out there, it's hard to really ever feel safe anywhere in the dark again. I did end up moving out of that house and haven't really had any more trouble since. Is there a way to see him for more than a moment? I never thought I'd believe in ghosts or anything. My mom always said ghosts were just someone desperate for something, which may be why I saw him at all. The love of my life passed away a little over 2 months ago now. He battled cancer, lost. I guess, but it never seemed that way because he was so strong in all of it. I would write endless paragraphs about him, but weirdly, this isn't about him anymore. This past week has been really weird, I guess. I was in our bathroom in front of the sink brushing my teeth, and for just a short moment, I saw him in the reflection standing beside me. Not as he was at the end, sick, but as he was when he was healthy. It barely lasted, and before I could even register what it was gone. I know it sounds like utter bullshit, but if I'm being honest, it didn't scare me. It felt like a kick to the gut, a reminder of what was gone, but not frightening. Over the past few days, there's been a few other occurrences. One, I was sleeping and I heard a voice in my head telling me to call my mom. I'm 23, I don't do it often, but the voice eventually woke me up and I ended up calling her out of nowhere. She was in a state of panic because her brother, my uncle, was in a drunk driving accident which killed him, and she just received the news when I called. Fucking chilling that I woke up to that. It's probably a coincidental timing and nothing more, but that doesn't stop it from being fucking weird. I did what I could to help her, but I'm just a husk of grief myself. 2 days ago, I went to therapy because I'm grieving my ex-fiance, but I'm not crazy or anything. On my way home from the appointment, I was driving in my car and the radio connected to something, I'm not sure what, and started playing one of his favorite songs. I don't have it on my phone. There was no reason for it to play, but it did. I pulled over to cry. I miss him so fucking much. And I know it's crazy to say, but these little moments I feel touched by him are the greatest in my life now. If there's a way to make them more frequent, or even better, a way to see him and communicate with him. I know asking to communicate with the dead can be dangerous or whatever, but I have nothing to lose. Barely any family, no friends. All I lived for is gone. But if there's a way to see him or talk to him again, I want to know. I want my baby boy back to me. If you know anything that would help, please share. If not, please don't make fun of me. I know I seem crazy latching on to the tiniest signs, but if you lost the only thing you lived for, you'd find yourself doing the exact same. We share our passion. I like being the member of this sub. I'm very interested in paranormal stuffs and love to hear your stories. Would like to live close to such people like you and encounter something together. My sister, years ago, was sitting on a sofa in my living room in the evening. Everyone was sleeping. She next day tells us how, as she was sitting there and watching TV, heard closed doors, footsteps of a small kid in the entrance room. She hears those footsteps coming towards her, but stopping in front, and closes the door, and later walking up the stairs in the entrance room and walking down. It later stopped, but my sister was crying as she had to go through the entrance room to her bedroom, and she was praying. We had a small fridge in the entrance room, sometimes making sound, like someone was walking while working, but she said no. She said she heard child's footsteps. Months after this, my grandmother died at this house because of cancer, and she had daughters many years ago who died by the accident, as she was only a few months old. 3 years ago, maybe, I knew someone whose mother was dead. He showed me a photo on the phone as he was, at night alone, walking outside the city and standing close to the building with glass doors. At some point, those doors cracked a bit suddenly. He took a photo later. When he was looking at the photo, he saw some strange dark figure in those glass doors as reflection of some body similar to his mother, as he claimed. I don't have any contact with him, but I regret I haven't somehow hijacked this photo. But it would be maybe disrespectful towards him, and wasn't courageous enough to ask him to send me that photo. The Haunting at the Brewery. It's not super elaborate or flashy, but it actually happened. I'd love to hear your thoughts about it. About a decade back, I used to work at a brewery, or a pub. It was set in a pretty big and old building from the early 1900s. I worked there for a couple of years, and most of the time it was pretty chill, but backbreaking at other times. On my time working there, I had 2 experiences that I can only describe as supernatural. The first one, it was a particular late night, and I was tasked with closing up and hanging and loading docks. Closing it up was making sure there was anything obstructing where the trucks would park, stacked up, loose crates, turning off the lights, locking it all up. I was about done, so I turned off the lights, and as I'm making my way to the door, a beer bottle comes rolling toward me from the dark between the tall stacks of crates. It wasn't forceful or anything. It looked like something gently placed it on the floor and rolled it toward me. I didn't think much of it, so I picked up the bottle and placed it inside a half-empty crate. I turned around, and as I started walking, another bottle comes rolling from the same place, then another one. Tired and thinking it was a coworker trying to fuck with me, I shout, "Hey! All right, you got me. Come on, I gotta close it up." I expected to hear some kind of laughter or something. Instead, it was dead silent. I waited for a couple of minutes, turned on my flashlight, and started looking around the stacks of crates for what I thought would be a giggling coworker. After searching each corner and turn, I gave up. I was a little weirded out at this point, but I just picked up the 2 bottles from the ground and placed it in the same crate as the first one. I turned off my flashlight and shouted at the darkness, "All right, I'm locking up. See you tomorrow." Just as I finished saying that, a crate full of bottles fell from one stack and landed 2 feet from me. Glass shards and beer exploding everywhere. The next day I told my boss about it, and he said it was probably a rat. The thing is, those crates when fully probably weighed about 20 pounds. How could a rat push it? Talking to my coworkers, they told me that they've also experienced weird stuff during closing hours. My second experience happened again when I was closing the place. This time I was closing the pub. When closing the pub, the last thing you usually do is to restock the walk-in freezer. The freezer is probably just as old as the building itself and sits underground right beneath the bar. I was down there filling that enormous thing with kegs and crates, being a very old freezer from a time when safety wasn't a big concern. The thing doesn't open from the inside, no handle, nothing, just a flat, plain steel door. So I did what I always did when I had to go inside that thing. I put a keg securing the door open. I was halfway through the task when I hear the door slamming shut. I rush toward the door, but it's locked shut. I start pounding on it, but the only other person there was my boss in the office, 2 floors above me. probably with his door closed. I tried my phone, but since I'm locked underground inside a steel and lead box, I had no service. I was wearing only jeans and a t-shirt, so things were getting chilly pretty quickly. My face was going numb and my hands were getting stiff. I made a blanket out of cardboard, but it was doing very little keeping the cold at bay. The only reason I didn't freeze to death was because I had a date with a regular and she went there looking for me. She asked my boss where I was, and when he couldn't find me, he went to the basement and found me inside the freezer. I was there for about 45 minutes when he found me, and I was starting to consider writing a letter to my parents and drinking myself to sleep. My boss installed a chain to keep the door open after that, but I refused to ever walk in that death trap ever again. Weirdest part, the keg I had holding the door open was at the other side of the room when I got out. It was a full steel keg, not something that just slides away, let alone quietly. I stopped working there shortly after for unrelated reason. Thoughts? Me and my colleagues smelt smoke at work. So I was at work doing a late evening, probably around 7 p.m., and I started to smell smoke. Now I was work on until the computer tower that runs in the cupboard underneath. Probably it was the box of toll roll, either getting hot or beginning to burn. I opened the cupboard and moved the box, that wasn't warm, away from the tower about 6 inches. After 15 minutes, the smell was still there, and I was a little confused in all honesty. My intention was to tell my manager the next time I saw them, as there was no smoke anywhere or any signs of fire. It's also worth mentioning that none of the fire alarms were going off either. Anyway, my manager comes walking down to where I am, and before I can say anything, begins asking if I smell burning. I tell her I've smelt it the last 15 minutes and even moved the till rolls. At this, even more colleagues walk down to me saying they've smelt it in the rest of the store. Now, just to note, this building isn't small, probably 150 by 150 feet, so more of a big warehouse. For about another 15 minutes, we go around smelling everything and everywhere. Even in the cash office behind a big armored metal door, you could smell smoke, which made no sense. At this point, customers begin to say that they can smell it too, so we seriously considered evacuating. We gave the alarms a check, and nowhere registered smoke. Note, each portion of the store is split into sections. At this point, we decided there was no need, and we were all very confused, to say the least. For about another 5 minutes, a total of 35 minutes now, we all smelt it, still with some people saying it was gone in certain areas. When I went over it, it was gone. Then when I came back, it was there again, where I originally was. Overall, this was a very strange experience for everyone. It's also worth noting, I know full well the building is haunted, as I've heard other things such as footsteps in the stock room when I know nobody is in there and I have to go to check. Tape that I have just placed down has flown off the desk I've been stood near. Also, 2 other employees, one of which is still there, have seen 2 full-bodied apparitions, both at the same time, and could be seen looking in the same direction on camera, even when there was nothing there. They said they had seen a little girl and a woman in black, coincidentally right when the tape came off of the desk I work at. I mainly just wanted to know what smelling smoke means, and if it's good or bad. Did I really speak to my boyfriend's dead best friend? 2 days ago, something weird happened. My boyfriend and me have been together for about 4 months, so this is a new relationship. He told me about his family's history of being able to let spirits talk through them. Especially his older sister has instances of going off in fluent Russian and had a different voice and all. They're Dominican, and we live in a German-speaking country. He started having physical pain in his chest, wrist, his neck, and the back of his knees. His best friend died in a tragic car crash a few years ago, and ever since his death, my boyfriend gets rashes in those exact areas. So there seems to be a connection there. When his pain started, after a while he realized he had this experience with intense pain in those areas once a year, ever since his friend died. Always at the end of January, and it stops after he visits his grave. After a while, he starts struggling really badly, and he was feeling all sorts of emotion. And that they weren't his emotions, though. He even cried, and he never cries. My boyfriend couldn't remember a lot of the evening, and what he said. He said it felt like a dream from the time we ate dinner to the time we had a shower. It's all very blurry to him. When he was out of it, he said he missed his mom. Right after he said that, he snapped out of it and said, "When I'm crying, it's not me." What did I just say? When I was lying there, and I told him about the mother thing because he couldn't remember it, even though it was less than a minute ago. Another time he said he wanted a cigarette. He just wanted to smoke. I gave him a cigarette, but he couldn't light it. He said the light of the fire was too bright for him. When I lit the cigarette for him, he seemed satisfied and exclaimed, "When have I smoked the last time?" In a sense, it's been ages. And said, "Thank you for letting me smoke. My boyfriend has been smoking all day." He kept repeating that it was too bright in our room, even if it was rather dark. There was a green light on and some colored bulb lights. It was really dark, actually, which leads me to believe that wherever his friend is stuck, it is really dark there, and he's not used to light anymore. Every time my boyfriend snapped back, he said he thinks his friend is hurting, feeling alone. He wants to talk to me, and that he really misses his mother, but is also a bit mad because his family always doesn't keep his grave upkept. Did I really speak with him when my boyfriend was out? How did we know it was really him? Why did the experience change? So my whole life, even before I can remember, I had a strong connection with the paranormal. My parents have very convincing stories of something different with me, but they did not know what was going on, so they would ignore what I was telling them and say I was daydreaming. I feel bad because it must have been hard raising a child and having no idea what was going on. But also, I am sad that they never expected the isolation I felt from not being able to tell anyone my stories or fears that they are coming from these things. Back in 2016, I started having constant contact with all sorts of unknown entities. The frequency and consistency of certain ones became daily, to where it had for sure had a hand in ruining possibly a very good relationship. After years of me trying to figure out what's going on and why I'm having these experiences and trying to tell them to her just made me sound crazy for sure. The last heavy experience I had was 2021, and I was lucky enough. To me, driving home and my girlfriend at the time was with me in the car. Right in the middle of plain day was a small craft about the size of a boat, hovering a short distance over someone's house. To my surprise, she noticed it first, and she just said, "Slow down," and pointed. I was already slowing down, as there was the most strange of hovering craft I've ever seen. I don't have my journal for exact description, but it was very metallic and mirror-like. It had two circular orbs, the top being a ball and the bottom half teardrop-shaped. The two halves were not connected, but one functioning unit. Between these two halves was shapes rotating in a ring. It had that metallic look, but it had this effect of some transparent edge, fading in and out of resolution. When it would fade out, you could see the outline of its shape, since it was already looking directly at it, It looked very close to the effect of a mirage. Now, it has been weird because there's been no real life style changes, and I've had not much experiences at all. At times of unclarity, I will use medication for guidance, but now there is no guide, or if there is, a sense of one, there is a feel of being locked out or rejected. Grandma's visit. My girlfriend had a grandmother who she was really close to growing up. In 2014, she passed away from cancer, and it took a large mental toll on my girlfriend. Her grandmother was one of the main figures in her life, providing wisdom, helping her out when she was stuck, and always looking over her to make sure she was okay. As the years passed, my girlfriend said she could always sense her grandmother was still watching over her and would appear in her dreams or manifest as a strong gut feeling. Having past experiences with the paranormal, I thought it was sweet and endearing her grandma was still watching over her in the afterlife. I didn't think much more often about it at the time. The first real sign there was more to what she was feeling came in 2019. My girlfriend's best friend and roommate at the time wanted to try Reiki, a Japanese technique to reduce stress. Together as they were, both highly stressed trying to get jobs post-graduation. During the process, my girlfriend could sense her grandmother was in the room, but couldn't see her. Later that night, the roommate had a dream of an elderly woman saying a name. In the morning, when she told my girlfriend, there was silence as the woman's description matched that of my girlfriend's grandma. This could have chalked up to seem like an old photo of them together, which my girlfriend had plenty of on her phone. The part that indicated there was more afoot was the name. It was a nickname that the grandmother would call my girlfriend when she visited. My girlfriend never told anyone the nickname. The same day, my girlfriend got a phone call from a company that concluded with her getting her job at a college. My experience with her grandma came in 2021. It was a similar story as above, where my girlfriend was trying to acquire a position that would alleviate her in her career. Her current company at the time did some major restructuring, which resulted in poorer management and toxic work environments. She was praying and asking for something to show a sign that all of her efforts would get out of the company and go someplace better were not for naught. She was on the hunt for the last 6 months and was about to give up. The night she withdrew her normal bubbly personality and was visibly upset, I told her that things do not take time, and the biggest piece was to keep pushing forward no matter how many hurdles are thrown your way. It did cheer her up, just in time to go to bed. It should be noted at this point we live in a 2-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor with large windows in the bedroom that gets flooded with light from the city streets and surrounding buildings. There are curtains that are drawn across to prevent the light from getting in, but the occasional car headlight will peep through. As we settled into bed, my mind was plagued with an all too familiar feeling I experienced once before when I chased down an old ghost story at an old tobacco barn in my hometown. I couldn't help shake the feeling that something was watching us. I first gazed over to the window to make sure it wasn't some person that was peeking through the gaps in the blind. It was when I scanned the room that I noticed what appeared to be a shadow in the corner in the front of the door. It was like a thick black mist with no identifying features that stood there like it was standing guard. I froze briefly before convincing myself that I must be dreaming and just lay back down. In the morning, my girlfriend startled me awake by telling me she got a call from a large consulting firm looking to recruit her. She was so happy and couldn't stop dancing. I was glad she got the new role that she was asking for, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I saw right before I went to bed. I proceeded to inquire if she had any strange dreams last night, to which she responded with giddy eyes, yes. She proceeded to tell me if it was about her grandma. and her walking on a beach reminiscing about old stories, and her grandma was parting advice to her about the future. At that point, I told her what I saw, and she told me, "Oh, you saw her as well. I thought it was just my imagination." Now I know whenever my girlfriend is stuck or having a hard time, expect a visit from Grandma. Expanding on the evil entity in my dreams. I can't remember everything perfectly, but in the beginning, it told me I could do anything and that I had big potential. I would always smile and thank him in the dreams. It made me feel really good at the time, but looking back, I'm sure it was trying hard to play on my ego and get me to do the things it wanted me to do later on. Once it got malicious. It said a few specific things I could remember vividly because they were very upsetting to me. One time it was my mom standing over me, burning me with a cigarette all over my body. She was a heavy smoker. She was basically just telling me I was worthless and that she hated me and to commit suicide. I knew it was a part of this thing's agenda because that dread feeling I always got, it was a fucking horrible feeling every time I would dream about that thing. I can't stress it enough. Another time, it pretended to be a guy I was in love with at the time. I'll call him Josh. Two Joshes walked into my apartment, and then one of them went back downstairs. I asked the remaining one if he was the real Josh. He said, "Everywhere." And with that, I heard a gunshot and saw a bullet hole appear in the floor at my feet. Blood splattered around the hole, and the Josh in front of me laughed. This hideous evil laugh that I'll never forget. Again, that feeling was there. I woke up crying. That one stuck with me for a while. Another time, I began dreaming that my current boyfriend was propped up over on top of me in bed and we were kissing. After a while, he said, "I'm so glad that you're here, and I'm me." But he said it in a creepy tone of voice that insinuated that it was not my boyfriend who was on top of me. It started laughing, and then I felt my actual boyfriend turning over in the bed next to me, sleeping. That one was terrifying. Those are the most notable ones I can really remember. I was visited by something evil in my dreams. I grew up Catholic and began questioning my faith around the age of 14. It was a dark time for me, and I believe that was because I was vulnerable. Something took the opportunity to harass me, for lack of a better word. When I was 14, I started having dreams that felt different from the others. In the beginning, there was always a man. He was very handsome, tall with black hair, ice blue eyes. He was very comforting to me, and he would give me advice about specific things in my life. I looked forward to dreaming about this man. Then as I continued having these dreams, he started acting a bit differently. He would say things that made me question his motives, things that just didn't seem right, like a friend pretending to compliment you, but really making fun of you. I started getting uncomfortable with it. Eventually, he started telling me all these things to do that would help me. Things like killing people who have hurt me, or killing myself so that I can be happy. He became angry with me when I disagreed. When I would dream about him, I would always feel the same sense of deep dread and horror. It was intense fear that I would feel as soon as a dream began, and I knew he was there. In one particular dream, he chased me through the streets of what looked like a dark, gloomy city from the early 1900s. He was trying to kill me. I started saying the Lord's Prayer and woke up immediately. This is when it got really bad. I never saw him as the handsome man after this point. He took the form of people I loved and said horrible things to me. I was told how worthless I was and to kill myself. Most commonly, he was my mother saying these things. My mother was abusive and we had a very bad relationship. Each time this would happen, I would pray, and usually I would wake up. After some time, that became less effective. Every time I would pray, I felt like I was being choked or that I couldn't breathe or move my mouth. Nonetheless, I would continue waking up. All of this happened over probably 100 dreams from age 14 to 19 when I moved into my own apartment. I had one last dream there, and since then, it has stopped. I'm 21 now. I think that because I continue praying and staying confident in defending myself is less fun for whatever that thing was, and maybe it left me. I hope I never feel that feeling at the beginning of a dream again. A man disappeared in front of me in December last year. This was in the town I'm currently living in, northern Wisconsin. December last year, I scrounged up some change. I went out to get a soda at my local gas station. It was like any other day. I got dressed, went down our apartment stairs, and started my usual journey to the local holiday gas station for Pepsi. I still remember all of this clear as ever. Just as I exited our apartment and out into the alley, a man walks past me and gives me a wave. He wore a red winter jacket with a white stripe in the middle, a gray beanie and a short gray hair underneath, denim jeans and black boots. I listened to music pretty much all day, so when I switched playlists and looked back up, the man was gone, seemingly vanished. I stopped dead in my tracks, awestruck. I suck at explaining things. Yet again, I apologize. Like I said, he just straight up disappeared, literally gone like he was never there. I remember he was walking in the same direction as me, maybe a couple feet away. The snow was crumbling under his steps like anyone else. There was no car that picked him up. My immediate reaction was just to take out my earbuds and listen. Nothing. Next, I checked to see if maybe he went behind the wooden fence. Again, nothing. The gate had a padlock, and the snow from the blizzard on Christmas was there. No signs of the gate being opened and snow being pushed away. I looked for footprints in the snow. Nothing, only mine. And I knew for certain his shoe size was definitely bigger. I was in pure confusion at this point. I looked across the street, and the woman I saw walking with camouflage before a man walked past me was still there, making her way to wherever she was going. I walked in a brisk out the alley and looked both ways. The man was still nowhere to be seen. Still baffled and confused, I chucked it up to my imagination or something, joking to myself, he no-clipped into the back rooms. Once I got home, I told my mom and stepfather. Of course, they immediately jokingly saying that it was a time traveler or something, but they believed me since they experienced their own share of strange happenings in their lives. Even after days, a month after, there was no mention of a disappearance on my uncle's police scanner. Again, I apologize for my grammar and spelling. I haven't been writing in a good while, but anyone has a logical idea what happened? Sometimes I can see with my eyes closed. When I was in 8th grade, I had a problem of sleep paralysis. Whenever I went to sleep, I suffered with it. But sometimes there's something different. I mean between the stage of waking and sleeping, in half sleep. I can see with my eyes closed. I can even tell what color of bedsheet is on the bed of the next room and what is on the bed, like how many pillows or some type of other folded bedsheet or my backpack. It always started when my eyes were closed and suddenly I'm seeing the wall of another room. And then I'm in the other room checking around in my half sleep I can see the folded bed sheet, the bed, almost all of the room, but then one black figure shows up, starts running for me. Then my mom wakes me up and I tell her all the things I remember so she can check if I'm telling the truth, and yes, I was. We went to the priests and asked them to do a ritual in our home. After the ritual, I was still getting these kind of dreams. Then the priest told me to wear a locket that he made, but I was still getting those dreams, and one night it stopped. I don't remember how, but it only occurred occasionally then suddenly. After 4 to 5 years, it started happening again yesterday. I was in my half sleep, or you can say I was awake, but not conscious. I started experiencing the same, but as we shifted our home, the scenario was different this time. I didn't wake up in my sleep. In the other room, I can see down, and then suddenly, it wasn't in my hand. I focused on it and saw some sort of snakes were pretending to be my hand. Black snakes. So many of them that I saw a face made of snakes which were moving around, and then I woke up saying, "What the fuck am I seeing?" Also, I can hear voices in my dreams. So this happened. When I was in sleep paralysis, I heard a word that was a code word for an experiment that was performed on humans in the late 90s. How I know that? Yeah, because I searched that word on Google and got an article of government about it. In that article, it explained the experiment. I was hearing a deep frequency when someone was saying the word was repeatedly, and in the article said that when we play a certain frequency, we can paint messages in a human's brain. And you know what? I even created a note. Keep notes of what words in my account. And now I can find that note or the Google history. Also, I don't remember that word. I can see with my eyes closed, part 2. I was sleeping today when I noticed that, oh no, it's happening again. I can see the wall again, but my eyes are closed. I woke up instantly, but went to sleep again now. This time I was able to see with my eyes closed, but it was a new place where I was sleeping. I couldn't move my body, my head. I was covered with a blanket, which had 2 links written on one. I remember this was the site of Mischievousdagger.com. Other one I don't remember. That was also some type of link that I've never visited before. So that blanket was a green blanket, just like the army one I was covered in. But that suddenly came and removed my blanket. I wasn't able to see him because he was in my backside, but I started screaming, "Mom and Dad," which I thought was screaming. But I wasn't able to scream or even move my head or do something. No single word was coming out of my mouth. I remember I was trying to scream so loud that my mouth was wide open, but couldn't speak a word. I came to know that all this was a waste of time. Then I tried to move my body, as I know if I'm able to move my body, I'll wake up. I started to lift my head. One thing that happened to me when I try to move my body in this type of dream or outer world experience is my neck shakes or vibrates so much that I can feel that it's going to break now. My neck started vibrating like I was leaving that body, my soul. I then finally woke up and asked my family, did they hear some screaming for help? They said no. I have this type of experience frequently. I remember 4 to 5 days before I had a similar type of experience that made me think that afterlife is possible. This type of dream always starts with me seeing my wall with my eyes closed while sleeping. As soon as I see the wall, I try to wake up immediately, as I know what's going to happen now. I can see the scariest things that I've never ever watched or seen in any types of movies or shows or anything. So that day, the same thing happened. I tried to wake up but failed. This time, somehow I was able to move my hand. This time was a long, long time that I was in this state for. I tried to slap myself, but I was too slow that I only touched my hand on my face. I couldn't feel the hand on my face. I rubbed my hand on my face, I couldn't feel anything. What I came to know is that our body is like our hardware. Our soul is like an operating system. When we move out, leave our body, our consciousness becomes unavailable to us. We feel that we can think or perform any action and can't store any memory in our brain. I felt like I was in a coma. ears started ringing after I looked at a video of a friend who died of suicide. My friend gave me her phone to look at photos of her cats when they were kittens, and she told me to scroll up to find more pictures. I did, and I came across a few pictures and videos of her close friend that passed away due to suicide that Christmas. I said nothing when I saw the first photo of her, but I saw the video and said, "Oh man, I just saw the video of, I miss her." As soon as I finished my sentence, I got this ringing in my left ear, which happens on occasion randomly, but this felt a bit different. I told her about it as it was happening, and she said that she sometimes gets it too. After a few seconds, it faded out, but an overwhelming feeling of dread came over me, almost like I was about to have a panic attack. I just felt super weird for a minute and was silent for a bit. I told her how weird that I felt, and she really didn't say anything. She might have been upset because they were very close, so I don't blame her for being like that. But still, it was super weird that I've never felt anything like that before. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think it meant something, or am I just being superstitious? Also, she didn't pass away in this apartment, but my friend and her were very close, like family. Her blood family didn't treat her right, and my friend and her bonded over that. She lived in this apartment for over a year. Not sure how long. Help me make sense of this. First off, some background on myself. I'm an avid outdoorsman. I grew up in a small rural mountain town in Boise County, Idaho. Ever since I was young, I've enjoyed all that outdoors had to offer me. Starting around the age of 11, I began the hobby of backcountry land navigation. I would leave on solo excursions, sometimes lasting almost 2 weeks, in search of hidden landmarks nowhere near known or established trails. By the time I was 13, I had become an avid tracker and successful big game hunter, bagging everything from deer to bear. At 18, I joined the U.S. Navy as a CB and began training to fulfill my dream of becoming an SWYCC operator. I deployed 3 times in 2 different combat zones as a CB and decided to change gears in life after that. I currently reside in Idaho again and still enjoy the outdoors, land, nav, bushcraft, anytime I can. This story begins in June last year. Me and my family pack up the truck to go on a 5-day leisure camping trip in a remote area of Boise National Forest. The main focus of this trip was to enjoy the rainy weather in nature and enjoy some fly fishing. We approached an area that I had packed on X, a GPX-like app, as a potential home for the coming week. As I turned off the dirt road to begin the slow descent down a trail toward the river, I noticed something in a tree at the top of the trailhead. I got out of the truck to get closer and look at it. It was a hatchet sticking out of the trunk of the tree. Fairly tall, I had to stand on my truck hood to reach this hatchet and dislodge it from the tree. It was buried almost up to the handle, which I know you might think is strange, but I did not think much of it at the time. The hatchet was very strange in appearance. It appeared to have designs carved throughout it, and the blade had been cut in a sort of pattern that made it look more like a weapon than a tool. After stepping off the truck, I noticed remnants of the campsite at the top of the trail. Weird items left behind, like a single pot to cook top, fire grate, and some propane tanks. It wasn't like a complete camp, but definitely some trash and other things left behind. I cursed the previous campers and told my wife we would pack it and head home. We reached the spot I was looking for, and it was amazing. Unusually high rains had swollen the river and created an amazing spectacle, like something out of a rainforest. Trees jutted straight out of the river. We quickly found our spot that we had intended to put our tent and quickly began setting up our tent before the next spot of rain. Our tent is not a typical nylon tent. It's a canvas circle about 14 foot round, and it has a hole or a jack for a chimney flute. It's meant to house multiple people in all weather for extended periods of time. After our camp was set up and the fire was going, we noticed tucked back behind some brush and partially submerged, there was a cave on the edge of our camp. It wasn't very big, maybe 4 feet tall and a few feet wide. However, it was big enough I could walk in, and if I crouched, it seemed to extend far into the mountains, and not knowing what the ground looked like under the water, I only went in about 5 or 10 feet. We decided something about the cave made us uneasy and decided to move on. That night the rain was light that first day, so we enjoyed some recreation, putting around on our old junky four-wheeler with our son, fishing and just taking in the outdoors. We began to notice that all around the area we set our camp were a bunch of bugs, which was weird because it was cooler and rainy and we had seen no bugs on the trail leading down to the meadow. It seemed like this whole meadow was infested with all sorts of bugs. We did not let it break our spirits, though. Idaho has bugs, and we often share our space with them while camping. As we started to wind down the evening and cook dinner over the fire, I couldn't help but think about the cave and the hatchet. I became overwhelmingly saddened and just had this feeling that the area I had chosen just disrespected by all other previous campers. As me and my wife enjoyed a few minutes of quiet after putting the baby to bed, we both could not stop focusing on the cave. By the time we were off to bed, the feeling of anger and sadness I had felt got more intense, and my wife vocalized the same thing. We had decided that something about the spot was just not sitting well, so we agreed we would move camp further down the trail next morning. That night I couldn't sleep. I just laid anxiously as I listened to the rain. I could hear whooping coming from the other side of the river, but quickly convinced myself it was likely a bird because it almost sounded like an owl. But the sounds would just get louder, and I could hear them all over the mountains on the other side of the river. I would hear splashing and booming like large boulders were being thrown into the river. But I quickly told myself it was just rocks tumbling, either of the hill because of the rain or the river because of the high water level. When I did finally sleep, I had a vivid dream of white and green lights floating through the trees of the forest. Not in any kind of shape, just floating from behind one tree to another. I felt angry and sad in my dream. I was abruptly awoken by the child and looked at the time, and it was early, but a nice time to get up and start the day. I shook off the previous night and tried to have a good day. That day was fairly uneventful. We abandoned the plan to move camp and decided we were just being picky. That night before we went to bed, I could hear the whooping again, except this time it sounded closer and more human than before. I ignored it and went to bed. That night I didn't sleep. My wife didn't either. We listened to the whooping as it became almost more chant-like and sporadic, like if someone was whistling back and forth to a hunting partner and locate them in a thick brush. Suddenly something hit the outside of our tent, being that it stretched canvas and it was like throwing a stone at a drum. We both sat up and silently looked at each other, and then another hot this time on the other side. I grabbed my .44 out of my footlocker, loaded it, and held it at my side as we sat there listening. It was silent other than the rain. Then 2 more thuds on the outside of the tent, this time simultaneous and on opposing ends. They were much harder hits and actually shook the tent. I jumped off the unzipped tent, ran out, flashlight and gun in hand, and cleared the campsite. I could hear movement and whooping across the river, but there was nothing in camp. I looked on the wet ground for animal tracks and rocks, but there was nothing. I'm not sure why I did this, but when I went back in the tent to console the kiddo and my wife, I just told my wife that it was pine cones falling from a nearby tree. Maybe I just didn't want to freak her out. Maybe I was still rationalizing. I don't know. I did not sleep, and the rest of the night she continued to hear the whooping. The next we were all quiet, and it was very rainy, so we stayed under the cover and just relaxed. However, all throughout the day, I could hear whooping across the river, and I could also hear elk bugles. It's not common for an elk to bugle in the middle of the day or outside the rut season. Not impossible, just weird. That night we both laid awake and waited for anything weird. The whipping had stopped, the rain was gone, and it was quiet. My wife started whimpering, and I asked what was going on. She started to become hysterical, and she said she did not feel safe. She wanted to leave. And not just leave, she wanted to abandon everything and just leave. About an hour later, I calmed her down and she fell asleep. I started to hear the whooping again, but I was just so exhausted at this point I fell asleep. I had another vivid dream, or I think it was a dream. I could only move my eyes, and I watched as a wolf walked into my tent. I couldn't believe it was happening, and I tried to yell, but nothing happened. I just watched as this wolf sniffed the base of my son's neck and play. I noticed the size of this animal was unnatural. It was gigantic. It finally turned to leave the tent, and I was able to move. I grabbed my pistol and stormed out. The wolf was standing right outside the camp, and it immediately turned to face me. I pulled my pistol, but I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. Suddenly, like someone had kicked me in my feet. Under me, I was on my knees. Pistol still drawn on the animal, it approached me snarling and baring teeth. Its face touched my pistol, but it just continues to be closer to me. I felt compelled to lower it for whatever reason. And when I did, the wolf left. My wife woke up to me saying the tent had a leak. I was soaked, and so was the bed. Without telling my wife why, we packed our camp in record time and made the 100-mile trek home. Before we left, I took the hatchet that I now attribute some bad feelings to and hung it off a branch on the tree I pulled it from. I've never had anything like this ever happen. I do not scare easily, and I'm honestly embarrassed at how worked up I got. Regardless, I have not and will not go back to that river. Something doesn't want me there and clearly stated that. Since this trip, I have increased night terrors, sleep problems, and growing aggression. I had brought the story up to the most sane and capable outdoorsman I knew, my father-in-law, and he turned white as a ghost. He then told me a very similar story about the same area. He hasn't been back there since that incident. I still get outside and do all that I love, but this incident, isolated as it has stuck with me. After a couple months had passed, me and the wife decided to seek counseling for the issues that have stuck with us. The brain doc thinks high stress of toddler, sleep deprivation, and the mind's natural mechanisms to associate discomfort with external things are the answer to our trip. I don't truly know what the answer is, but fuck that place and I will not be going back. Lately I can't sleep and I have recurring dreams about a pale white woman described in my dreams as a witch. I'm trying to make sense of this and I'm scared. Ask Reddit 1. When I was a little kid, my family moved to the hills of West Virginia and lived in a small house that was built in the 1920s. I hated this house, specifically my room. How my room was set up was that my bed was in the corner and my closet was directly across from my bed. Facing the closet to the right was a doorway with no door leading into a playroom. The door to leave my room was to the left of my closet on the wall that the bed was on. Every night I sat there staring at the closet door. My dog, who is a bigger husky, Shepherd Mutt, would lay on the door whining to get out of my room as I made her stay with me, which she never did in any other room, even when she needed to go outside. My fearless dog hated being in my room. After a while, the fear didn't get any better. I would beg my parents to let me stay at my grandparents' house, which was next door, or for my dad to stay in the room with me until I fell asleep. I had never had any trouble going to sleep on my own, so my parents thought it was just this way of getting attention or something. Well, one night, all of this fear and everything else came to my head. I was lying in my bed, pillows stacked up, so I wouldn't have to see my closet door, hiding under the covers. I heard my dog yelp. This being odd, I peeked out of the covers, saw nothing. As soon as I laid back down, I heard the handle fall off my old closet door. The handle falling off wasn't something new, as it was only a front knob and the rod was found on the floor quite frequently. No one thought a thing of it would just pick it up, place it back in the hole. When I heard the knob fall, I terrifyingly looked over, and no one nor I'd ever actually seen it fall before. Since the door was old, the knob kept the mechanism latched so the door wouldn't open. Since the knob was out, the door creaked open like a horror movie. At this point, I was so scared I couldn't move or scream or do anything. My dog at this point of the whining very loud, but not loud enough for my parents in their room to hear. They then just stopped. I looked at the open closet door and saw a small, frail boy with a very large head. All of him was black except for where his eyes should be. He slowly turned and looked at me, and I didn't feel fear. I felt devastation. I felt the most extreme anger and sadness and intense emotions I've ever felt. It wasn't natural. After what seemed like forever, I bolted out of my room, sobbing, and ran to my parents. My parents never let me sleep with them, so my father took me back to bed and waited until I fell asleep. From then on, I would throw actual fits if I wasn't allowed to stay the night at my grandparents'. On nights I had to stay home, this same experience would happen every single night. I wouldn't sleep if I stayed at my house. My parents gave in and let me stay with my grandparents most nights. It got to the point where my mom was telling my godmother what was happening, and she offered to bless the room as she was a devout Catholic. After this, things got better for about a week, and then all collapsed into the same horror show every night. My parents aren't very religious, but eventually decided to test it out for themselves. My mother stayed in my room one night and decided that we needed to move the next day. I've never seen that little boy again, but the thought of it brings me to tears. I don't know what it was. I believe in the supernatural. It's kind of hard for me not to. I wasn't the only one to be experiencing this in my old house, and it wasn't tested for any kind of leaks or slow poisoning. And it was clear after selling it, we found out that people that lived there refused to use that room, which I found interesting because they never knew what had happened. I was terrorized every night by a little ghost boy who was a dark shadow with a large head, translucent glowing eyes. After months, my parents finally believed me, and we moved out after a blessing did seemingly nothing.